Okay, Mary, can you hear me? Hi, Mary, can you hear me? I can hear you, Mary. Can you hear me?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Rochelle, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Okay. What is your number? 916. Wait, do I have it in here? Yes. I do not. I have your. 749-9318.
Can't hear her. I don't know if there's something you guys.
Wasn't it
That's when we had to reset it.
like a
So,
toggle?
Who's got the key?
Do you have your speakers on?
So the only problem is should we, before we remove, should we shut everything out?
You know what? How about the lectern? Check the lectern.
No, because that's just the PC.
So just continue.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Are we in the Zoom meeting? No. Okay, Mary, can you hear me? Mary or Michelle, can you hear me?
I cannot. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, so you cannot hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. You didn't join the Zoom meeting. So
Well, simple.
Isn't it nice when it's a simple mistake?
That's what I thought. It's got to be like 3 things.
Okay.
That's why we work better as a team.
Here.
Are all the doors open? All the doors are open? Can we open that all the way?
What?
Can we open this all the way?
Like so. And you want speaker view, right? Okay.
I do. Yeah, I do want speaker view. That way, whoever's speaking, that's what's showing.
Yes, that's what.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. My Skype is not working, so we can rely on chat here. What's wrong? My Skype.
We have
Skype
fixed that
is
now.
not working.
Did you recently change your password, my friend?
No, you know what it's saying right here.
It's working.
It's working. Okay, so there you go. Okay.
And I will set up your Skype. I will set up my Skype to have this all fixed at 8:31 instead of 9:05.
Yes, we got this. Hey, Christine, I'll tell you. On the 8th, I set it up in there.
Yeah.
I got Michelle set up. I came out here. I set everything up.
That's because Mary was sending us positive.
Yes, she
vacation
was. And I was
That's
so
what
thankful for
Sitting
it.
on the balcony with, I won't say with
Your
what,
water,
but
your
yes,
large
water.
glass of water.
Yes, that's why.
Okay. So the last thing I needed to do was PC, but they jumped in there. They're having a chit chat. So
8:32 and starts at 8:45. You want me to go ahead and let them know you need in the hall?
no. It'll literally take me 30 seconds. And it's only for if they go closed session. So they don't need it when the meeting starts anyway. I can go there and sneak out the front and not go close the meeting. So yeah, no problem at all. All right, Mary, what else do you need?
You two are awesome. Thank you. You guys are very much appreciated.
Where in the agenda are the presentations?
Presentations. We don't have any special presentations. As you know, we have a lot of people in the public comments. And then we do have fresh presentation from county administrator. I think that's departments, nothing there. And then we'll
only two, three, but there's only two on the, okay.
Yes.
And we don't know which one is the right budget one.
Yeah, you know what I think he's got two. See, I think Dan didn't do anything, so I'm pretty sure he's gonna be doing something else.
Okay.
So I'm not sure, but we've got three there, so.
Okay.
Is that the current agenda for today?
Yeah.
Can I please find a copy of it?
I can give you one. How's
Oh,
that?
thank you. Even better. Thanks, Mary.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They're running the board papers. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry.
Where?
That's really low. We record the keyboard really, really low.
I can, well, I should be able to do it after the meeting, I really don't know. But,
Yeah, because it, we've sent it over to Earth Channel,
Yeah.
and when they get it, he says, oh.
Does that, Vinny, does that feed in directly from the system, or does that grab ambient? So if it pulls directly from the system, that means when Bill did the system, there has to be an audio feed to there. So maybe when he was adjusting audio
yeah.
feeds, he may have lowered it. So we may have to have Bill check that too, because it may be coming from the system. Lower.
I can remove it into it later, I don't want to mess with it.
Yeah.
So it's a proposed budget,
It's a proposed, yes.
and I think that gives it like a lot of weight,
Stages of this.
right?
You should all be if you're there, Seth.
So one thing
It's
I've,
moved me.
Yes.
I can't do that. Now I don't know where I'm at.
You're in order now. One,
I'm
two, and
here.
three. Yes.
oh no.
This is, I'm completely discombobulated.
You know what confuses me, and I don't know, I think I was told they can't fix it, is the zoom in people, we can't see them now. Can we see them on that screen?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes, you should be able to see, but when they're speaking, if anybody's speaking.
That
they
comes
should
up
come
here.
Yes, but everybody else is on Zoom, no. If you guys wanted to see everybody, you would have to come here and we would have.
But we
to
can't
show-
see them up there.
Yeah, you should be able to, but.
Okay, we should see a regular Zoom gallery up there.
No, what you're gonna see is the same thing you're seeing now. And the reason you can't see them is because someone would have to be right here, scrolling through the participants so that you'd be able to see them.
Yeah, it's just kind of uncomfortable for me because I'm used to Zoom calls and I can see who's in there, I can see their expressions, I can see who's talking.
Well,
Right now,
when they're talking,
you tend to forget, well, if they talk, then you
Don,
can
if
see
they
them.
talk, they come on.
Yeah.
If they're just there, it's like, you know.
But you tend to forget that there's people out there watching.
we'll
It'd be
just-
nice if we saw the Zoom gallery
If
right
I
there.
see you picking your nose, I'll nudge you, and if you see me picking my nose, you nudge me.
And we had to be sure we don't have hot mics,
Is Rochelle there yet?
which they are.
Isn't it awesome? I was just dancing at home. I'm very focused on what I'm doing. Yeah. Oh, what a great idea. Look at that. Oh, really? I gotta check that out when I walk back out that way. You guys made my day.
I'm confused. Oh, really? You're up here.
That was that additional statement.
Just a moment. Maybe somebody can loop in that one guy, player, and you get some.
I'm getting used to that again.
Hi, Christine, it's Rochelle. Are we having a problem in the room?
Mary's on her way to you with the recorder, but no, otherwise we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. How's that? So we're going to call this to order for item number 305, 2021. Health and Human Services Department consider memorandum of understanding with Sutter County and for the Family Urgency Response FERS 10-minute estimate. And who is presenting this? Good morning.
Supervisor Blazer, good morning, Supervisor. Sorry, that was kind of loud. So I'm coming before you to request that you consider approving the memorandum of understanding with Sutter County Department of Health and Services. Yuba, Sutter, and Butte counties are engaging in a regional collaboration to provide the Family Urgent Response System, which is FERS, to current and former foster children up to 20 years of age, and their caregivers who reside in Yuba County. As part of a state mandate, all counties are required to provide a county mobile response system and stabilization teams that is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Having all 3 counties collaborating on this will allow for the capacity to meet the 24/7 requirements. Sutter County is the lead as they have the behavioral health component through Sutter Yuba Behavioral Health. Behavioral health component is the foundation and main agency in the FERS response system. They have the expertise in dealing with these issues, but the clients that will be served will be our children. This will be beneficial to our clients as there will be a response support for the caregivers and the youth when there is a conflict in the home. The goal is to preserve the relationship between the youth and the caregiver, to maintain placement, improve retention of current foster caregivers, to reduce the law enforcement contact and hospitalizations. This will benefit our staff as well. The mobile response services are available to all current or former foster youth residing in Yuba County, regardless of jurisdiction. We do not have the staffing to maintain the 24/7 program requirements of FERS. This partnership will provide in-home de-escalation, stabilization, conflict resolution, and support services and resources. This will in turn help reduce child losing placement in a home. This will provide our staff with relieving them of having to search for a new home for the child. This can be very time consuming depending on the child's needs. I also wanted to point out that there is a presentation that counties are going to present their plan to the state, and they've invited Yuba County to do our presentation because they felt that we were meeting what they actually wanted counties to do by collaborating. And so it's actually a very positive thing for Yuba County. The cost is $354,806 for a 2-year period. There's no general fund, and the funding source is state and federal funding. So in conclusion, I would like for you to approve the memorandum of understanding with Sutter County Health and Human Services to be placed on the consent for the next meeting.
So we were just trying to get a little more clarification on how this actually works. And if you could just boil it down to maybe an instance and how often these happen and what facilities you don't have to take care of it.
Okay, so this program is mainly wanting the plan that the state gave us. They really want that behavioral health component. So if we have a call from the 24-hour hotline, they have a crisis situation, they need a worker to go out. The contract that we have, or the MOU that we're going to have with Sutter County, the counties are going to collaborate with a contract with Youth for Change, who will then have those staffing that have that expertise to go out and de-escalate so we can keep that placement for the child.
And does this occur quite a bit?
This does happen currently. Unfortunately, sometimes it's got to the point where the child loses placement. So we haven't gotten those calls ahead of time. We're hoping that this plan prevents those children from losing that placement. So we don't have them in our facility because then we're having to monitor the child for 24 hours a day while we look for another placement.
So you and Sutter County have to deal with this separately, or do you work
Yes.
together?
Separately. But these children that are in this, for the Family Urgent Response System, the children that will be serviced are not always are in our caseload. They're children from any other county that are just placed in Yuba County.
Seth?
So I guess one of my questions would be alternatives. So
Mhm.
collaborating with Butte County and Sutter County, great.
Mhm.
You mentioned that Sutter County is taking the lead,
Mhm.
and that is because they have the appropriate staffing. But the actual staffing for this contract is going to get subcontracted out. So do you mean that they have a,
They have the Sutter Yuba behavioral health component. Part
Okay.
of their, yeah.
and so do they have therapists and clinicians that are employees, or they just have a contract with the organization that provides those people?
So Sutter County actually so there's Sutter County Health and Human Services, and then they have the Sutter Yuba behavioral health component as part of their department. So each county gets, even including Sutter Yuba behavioral health, gets a funding from the state for this first family urgent response system. So if, say, we didn't do the memorandum of understanding with Sutter County, then we would still need to come up with a contract with Sutter Yuba behavioral health, because we it as part of the team, because you have to have 2 to 3 people in the team, and one of those needs to be the behavioral health analyst to go out and respond. Does
Okay.
that help clarify?
I guess my question is to understand who works for who, and whether it's a contract or if it's a staff member. So the people who are going to be providing the actual service of going out at 3
It
a.m.
would be a contract with Youth for Change.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so they aren't staff of Sutter County.
No.
They're a subcontractor. And so I guess
Yes.
that was the part of my understanding why Sutter County is the important component, when the people who are actually boots on the ground
Uh-huh.
are a subcontractor.
My understanding was because Sutter County has that Sutter Yuba behavioral component part of their department. And so they were taking the lead for Sutter, Yuba, and Butte County.
Okay.
Am I not explaining it correctly?
No, that's
to you?
fine.
I'm
That's
sorry.
fine. Is there alternatives to the model of having Youth for Change do it, as far as what's being looked at is, of course, to alleviate the situation when they
Mhm.
go out, and then taking them from that situation if it's toxic, and then eventually placing them with another home. So if you just had a home available, would that be an alternative where you could just move the people from the previous home to the new home?
We don't have a lot of homes available for some of these youth.
Mhm.
And really with the 24/7 responding, with having to have, say, 6 staff available a day, we have 18 social workers, and removing them from having to do work on their caseloads, respond to emergencies, going to court, doing everything that they need to as a child welfare social worker would be very difficult for our department. So
Okay.
yeah, that's the complication there. And it's looking at the contracting with Youth for Change. It just seems more cost effective, and it would be beneficial to the families because they could respond within that hour to 3-hour time frame. Whereas we may be out on an emergency response looking at abuse or neglect on a child, and then we get another call for the family urgent response system. That may be in two different areas of Yuba County. So it would be very difficult to do. So that's the reason we were looking at contracting it out.
Okay. On the 460 that's being received from the state versus the 350 that's being allocated to the contract, the $100,000 in admin costs, can you tell me a little bit about how that is spent? Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you so much. Your presentation was excellent, by the
Oh,
way.
thank you.
That's a customary ratio for the admin costs to cover the amount of overseeing the contract and the administration for the fiscal pieces and all of the collaboration in terms of developing the contract. So we do get a portion of that just as the administrators of the program. And I can answer a couple questions I think that you had, Supervisor Fuhrer, around why this would be important in lieu of what we have right now. So right now, what happened was a couple of years ago, they started closing group homes. So we're talking about sometimes locked facilities, level 12 or 14 group homes where we had children placed. Those are no longer an option. And so what we've been experiencing in the last couple of years since that closure occurred was children end up losing their placement. These oftentimes are kids with really advanced medical needs or behavioral health needs. And so we get a phone call saying the child can no longer stay in that placement. And so then we have to go out, respond, get the child. Oftentimes, because these group homes have closed, we're looking for foster care for really difficult to place children that have had multiple different placements in their lives. And so they end up coming to our office, which is not a facility where you should have children overnight. And so we have to actually arrange for staffing to come in 24 hours a day until we can locate a placement. So it's a lot of resources that goes towards when a child blows out of a placement. They'll end up being in our office. We have to have staff that are contacting the group homes. We have staff that are monitoring the child overnight, throughout the day in our visitation center. Then we have to close down part of the visitation center because we have a child there. So this is reoccurring more frequently in the last few years. We don't have clinicians or therapists within our organization, our Health and Human Services organization. So it is ideal to have behavioral health as the lead on this contract because they have the expertise to oversee this really major behavioral health component that's required as part of it.
I guess my question is, as an alternative, for $500,000 a year, it seems like I could pay a couple of foster families with the understanding that when they get a call at 3 a.m., they go pick up a kid and that kid stays in their house until something else happens, which would be the equivalent of what we're paying $500,000 for, in that those kids are going to get placed in a foster family. So I could just literally have, for $500,000, a couple foster families on standby to go pick up kids.
Yeah, so as Jamie was mentioning, it would require, so if we were working staff, like say an 8-hour shift, and you're required to have 2 to 3 at a minimum team that includes a clinician to go out and respond. So this is a new mandate. So we can't just substitute it with sending a social worker out to go get a child and start trying to place the child. We're actually required to try and preserve the placement. And this is that new law that went into place that requires this team to do that.
So by state law, we have to have these people. There's no alternatives that are allowed.
No, we actually had to submit a plan that adhered to the specific criteria that was outlined by the state that the funding was going towards. And it had to have these specified components as part of it, this team approach that include staff with specific specialty areas for particularly for emotionally disturbed children.
Anything else?
I don't think I have any other questions. It's just that all departments are faced with these intricacies that we have no idea what is involved, and they keep coming from the state level. So thank you.
So I would say that we move this to the regular board, but I don't know that we want to put it on the consent agenda. Maybe there could be a time where if you guys could look at other alternatives to that model that would be either more cost effective, that I would be interested in seeing if there's any other alternatives available besides what has been presented. And then you can present that to the board and then they can vote on it.
Sure, and we did look at alternatives in working with Sutter County Behavioral Health, alternatives in terms of having it kept centralized within the departments and what the cost would look like. So if you'd like, we can come back and present that.
That would be great.
information as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you adjourn this commission and you adjourn the next one.
Okay, we're going to adjourn this particular item, the next item, which is 320.
Yeah, pass the gavel. Oh. And then we will give it to this gentleman because he is our chair. And I will always defer.
I don't know who's the chair of this committee, so.
I just consider you my liege in general.
Are you ready? Okay. Supervisor. Good morning and welcome to the 8:55 a.m. Land Use and Public Works Committee. We have one item this morning, item 326, 2021, Community Development and Services. Consider a resolution to vacate public road over Hoffman Road, number 417. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Supervisor Bradford, Supervisor Fuhrer. My name is Dan Peterson. I'm the Director of Public Works. I'll keep this very brief. The landowners adjacent to Hoffman Road, which is west of 40 Mile Road, have requested that the county vacate that 1.12 section mile of roadway. They've had frequent issues with trespassers, with people dumping, with people going into poaching. And they feel that they would be better served to put in a gate and turn that into a private road. The Street and Highway Code allows the county to vacate a public road. There's a number of steps that we have to go through, and we've gone through those steps. We are ready to take the next step, which is to actually post the road and then approach the Board of Supervisors and request that they adopt a resolution formally vacating the road. But we wanted to bring it to the Public Works and Land Use Committee first, just to let you know about the request that was issued by the property owners on Hoffman Road and to get any information, recommendations that you may have.
Thank you. So I know Mrs. Rue had invited me out to see the road and express her concerns. And so I'm definitely aware of the situation there. And I appreciate the steps that the county's taking to help address those. I think it addresses, vacating the road will address not only the residents' concerns, but potentially saves the county maintenance, future maintenance of that road as well. So I certainly don't have any concerns or questions about it. Do you, Supervisor Fair?
No, was there anyone there for public comment? Was there any question?
I don't know if we usually, yeah.
Okay, thought I saw it.
Okay. So council, is this something, it probably would not be appropriate to have this item under consent, I'm guessing. Would this be something that we need to put on the regular agenda or?
Yes, sir. There are a few steps the department will have to take, and then they'll bring it back to the board.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. And that's it for the Land Use and Public Works Committee. So we will start the Board of Supervisors meeting as soon as the supervisors get out here. Oh, you gonna go let them know? Good morning and welcome to the Yuba County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. As a courtesy to others, please turn off cell phones or other electronic devices which may disrupt the meeting. If attending via Zoom, please have your microphones muted at all times when you are not speaking. All items on the agenda other than correspondence and board and staff member reports are considered items for which the board may take action. The public will be given opportunity to comment on action items on the agenda when the item is heard, and comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per individual or group. Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Vasquez, would you do that for us?
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Here.
Supervisor Blazer,
Here.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Here.
Supervisor Bradford,
Here.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we will move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are considered to be routine and can be enacted in one motion. Are there any board comment or questions on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, if I may, through the chair, I believe there is one adjustment to the agenda, and that is item 212, which is presently listed under department matters, should be moved to the ordinances and public hearings. So
Okay.
it's just a matter of moving its place in the agenda.
Okay,
Thank you,
great,
sir.
Thank you.
Okay. I have it to the chair. Go ahead. All right. I had a couple of comments on the resolution to apply to California Department of Social Services. That's up to $2 million, and that
particular grant, and I kind of like to point out things that are larger than normal. Was it 1.2 million on the community development authorized budget transfer? And we have a situation with the Western Aggregate and Tigard that give us $1 million of their own profit and have for years. So just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Supervisor Fletcher?
I'll make the motion to approve, but to move item 312-2021 to ordinance and hearings.
Through the chair, I've got just a quick question on 308 related to the Salvation Army. I was just curious what the capacity is at the Salvation Army for this overflow. I'm not sure who could tell me that. It's more facilities than just the depot, right?
Yes, that's right. It's, so Salvation Army has, good morning, Kaya Galicia, Project Manager at Yuba County Health and Human Services. The Salvation Army operates both the Depot Family Crisis Center as well as Hope Vista, which is a transitional or bridge housing program in Olivehurst. They have capacity there to serve up to 8 families at a time. We are contracting with them to reserve 4 of those units for us throughout the year. So as soon as, and we constantly have folks who are ready and waiting to get into housing. And so this bridge housing provides them with a solid place for them to kind of do their housing navigation. And we work with them, as well as Salvation Army case managers work with them, and they're housed within 90 days into permanent housing. It really has improved. We did this last year as well. It's really improved our outcomes for those families to be housed timely.
Okay, thanks for the explanation.
Excuse me, Kaya, how many people?
How many people will we serve throughout the year?
Can you provide housing for in that unit?
Through Salvation Army, it depends on how quickly they rotate through. So they don't stay there it's not permanent housing, it's bridge housing. So we reserve 4 units, and those 4 units are full all of the time. So as soon as one family moves out, they clean the unit and we move another family in. So throughout the year, there's always at least 4 families in the bridge housing program. Does that answer your question?
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'll amend my motion in lieu of item number 312. It should be item 313-2021.
Where's 313?
I think it's under county departments. So the motion is to approve the consent agenda as is then, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a first and a second. I do know we have a public comment on this item. Ms. Hoffman? You'd like to speak on item 292, I believe?
Thank you, Mary. I'm here in regard to the board making an agreement with Hard Rock. The memorandum of understanding between the county and the tribe was strictly that it was supposed to be with the tribe. And now I see it's been done by Hard Rock, an entity of the tribe. And I can't find any place in the memorandum of understanding in which we agreed to, the county agreed and sent a letter to the federal government asking it to be put in trust for the operations of the tribe. And it didn't mention a third party. It only mentioned the tribe. So when you have an agreement like that, it means that somebody besides the tribe is involved in it. And since it was supposed to be the tribe, I wondered why the tribe is not negotiating and guaranteeing the payment instead of another entity, which is supposed to be the Indian. As a taxpayer, I have no information about this supposed entity that the tribe has developed. I just tell me where in the memorandum of understanding it allows the tribe to form a third party to negotiate and guarantee payments. And the other question, since the tribe needs more protection, what is the county, before they grant this, going to do for the rest of us people in the community? If they need more protection, according to the MOU, they were supposed to have the protection we had before. If they need more protection, we in the county need to know why we don't need more protection. And I just, why does the county not give us, the people, an answer? I called and I asked about it, and they said it doesn't make any difference. But the law, as I understand, said we negotiated with the tribe, not a designee of the tribe. And I'm asking, what is the county's position?
Ms. Hoffman, I believe I can address your concern a little bit. So at our last board meeting, we approved an agreement that was between the tribe and the county. And that agreement was for increased law enforcement services in the area of the casino itself. So not on the property, but really in the general area. And the tribe provided additional funding to fund those deputies. The agreement today is similar to the agreement that we have with Toyota Amphitheater, where when they have events at Toyota Amphitheater, they contract with the Sheriff's Department to provide law enforcement services at cost for those events. This is a direct contract with Hard Rock to provide law enforcement services on property during special events and fully reimburse the county for those services. So it's like a contract that we would sign with any third party that requests our sheriff to provide law enforcement services.
That also includes trust land. The rest of the property in Yuba County doesn't have the cloud of trust property. This particular property does. And that's why I say, because it is trust property and we have agreed to certain conditions, why a third party is even there when it's supposed to be the tribe.
I think that should be in writing, and we could answer that question.
That's the only answer that I have for you. So
Well,
I don't know if legal counsel has a comment. If not, you're welcome to submit a question in writing to the county.
well, I'm here before the Board of Supervisors. You must have had some kind of discussion that this meets your agreement that you put forth in the MOU, and it meets what you said to the federal government that you were providing for the tribe.
To the chair, point of order.
Typically through the chair, if I may. And typically we don't engage in back and forth during public comment. It's time for the public members to speak, express an issue, and then if the board so desires, the board can direct staff to address the issues raised. Brief questions are appropriate. In this particular case, we're speaking as to an item on the consent agenda. So this is, a public comment during the agenda item. Same basic rule applies. However, to help appease the concern, if I can, as the old saying goes, we're talking apples and oranges. The county's agreement with the tribe under the memorandum of understanding was the agreement that has to do with the fact that the tribe has property and trust. The tribe's arrangement with Hard Rock is their agreement to operate the Hard Rock Casino. Hard Rock has requested that the Sheriff's Department, pursuant to Government Code 53069.8, enter into an agreement to provide supplemental law enforcement services, not permanent, supplemental for special events, as you mentioned. And it is that agreement that is before the board. That's why the agreement is with Hard Rock, not with the tribe, because Hard Rock is operating the facility. They are going to hold the special events. They are the entity requesting the supplemental law enforcement services for those special events. So this contract is entered into with Hard Rock. It does not affect the MOU in any way, shape, or form. This is a separate and apart from the MOU.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
I have
So-
one question.
I think
No.
your time is exceeded, Ms. Hoffman, I believe.
The time has probably exceeded, but that was put in trust for the tribe. Now, if Hard Rock can
Okay,
go out
Ms.
there.
Hoffman, your time is up, Ms. Hoffman. You only have 3 minutes for public comment on an item.
Could I request a copy of the minutes and the recording, please?
Certainly. Okay, any additional public comment on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we have a first from Supervisor Fletcher, and I believe it was a second from Supervisor Vasquez. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
With the exception of 300-2021, I'll vote yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll move on to public communications. Any person may speak about any subject of concern, provided it is within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors and is not already on today's agenda. The total amount of time allotted for receiving such public comment shall be limited to a total of 15 minutes, and each individual or group will be limited to no more than 3 minutes. Prior to this time, speakers are requested to fill out a request to speak card and submit it to the clerk of the board. If you are participating via Zoom and wish to comment, please use the raise hand function or dial *9 if you are participating on a phone. Please note, no board action can be taken on comments made under this heading.
Through the chair, we do have public comments. The first one is Michelle Peterson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Michelle Peterson. I work for Yuba County Child Support. I am a member of the board for Yuba County Employees Association. I am also on the negotiations team for our contract. We've hit an issue with healthcare. And the reason I wanted to speak today, I am not a public speaker. I just want to voice some of the concerns of our employees. I've spoken with some of them. They're, like single moms with children. They have a health plan. It's making a minimum wage or, a lower level wage is difficult for somebody to cover the cost of healthcare for themselves and their family. And I was a single mom, and I can really feel for them. And I think that the county, I don't know specifically what your funds are, but there's got to be some way we can support the lower income people that are working for us, that are also public servants. And I hate to see that go away. I hate to see it change in a way that doesn't allow them to make a living. So I think, employee retention is really important right now. And this is something that we need to support our people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person we have is Lorena Hoxell.
Morning, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Good morning, yes.
I have something that I want to read that one of our employees provided to our negotiations. First of all, I should tell you, my name is Lorena Purcell. I am an employee of yours in IT, so I keep you guys running. And I'm also on the negotiations team, and I wanted to let you know that there are a lot of people who have been very concerned with wages and the benefits that we receive working for the county and supporting Yuba County and making it work. So I wanted to share with you just one small little piece that we received. This concerns the minimum wage. This person said that California minimum wage increases between 2016 and 2021 have risen 46.63%, almost doubling in that time frame, to where YCEA wage increases in the same time frame has gone up 9.5%. So you can see that when we see the state minimum wage going up by that increase and ours slowly just creeping up just a quarter of what we had, it concerns people because the cost of living is going up, everything is going up, gas is going up, nothing is slowing down except maybe a pandemic. The last thing I wanted to say really quickly was the difference of the state minimum wage has surpassed YCEA as wage increases by 37.13%. State minimum wage will have another increase of $1 per year or per hour in January of the next coming year, which will make the state minimum wage 44.2% higher than YCEA's increases over the last 6-year period. Now, these people are grateful that we have a job in this economy, obviously, but we've been here through thick and thin, fires, threats of floods, pandemics, making sure that Yuba County community continues the services that we provide for everyone. So I don't believe that we think we should be the highest paid employees in the state of California. We just would like it to be fair. We'd like to make sure that we have some benefits to taking care of the people that take care of Yuba County. So I hope that you take that in consideration when you make your decisions today. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next person we have is Robin Timosik.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Robin Timosik. I'm a 30-plus year employee of Yuba County. I love working in public service. And I have been able to grow through the ranks, starting out at a lower wage position. As being an active member with my coworkers in YCEA, I want you to know that one of the biggest concerns we have is for our lower wage, those on the lower end of the pay scale who have not been around long enough to top out. With the concerns that we have is that any increased cost in healthcare is going to be put solely on the employees, and they're going to have to choose. Well, they're not even going to be able to make that choice because healthcare is mandatory. So any of those extra costs are going to go on to them, and they are going to have to say, do I have rent? Do I pay my house payment? Do I buy food for my children? Or does all of my extra, or a good portion of my extra costs, my net take home, go towards that health insurance? On another subject, and this could be controversial, I think you should be very disappointed in your contracted negotiator. He has been very disrespectful to not necessarily the members on the negotiating team, but to the department heads that have been in there and represented, cutting them off when they are trying to work towards an actual answer and not letting them speak. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person we have is Ramona Maloney.
Good morning. My name is Ramona Maloney, and I've been a county employee for 30-plus years. And I took the job with the county because I wanted to serve, but also because the county offered a benefit package that no one else rivaled in 1989. And I have to say, in 2021, no one else still rivals our healthcare. Our healthcare is very important to me personally, as well as the people I represent. I'm the president of YCEA. And throughout my tenure with the county, employees have come to me and explained to me how hard it is for them to make a living, even with the county wage. And now our healthcare is in jeopardy. These people have served their whole heart through everything. As Lorena said, through fires, through floods, through the pandemic. We've all been here. We've all had to put our families aside and serve our county. What we're asking for now is that our county stand up for us and preserve our health care, preserve our benefits that we've worked for, we've earned, we deserve. No one that works for this county should be paid less than minimum wage, nor should they have to worry about paying their rent or paying a doctor bill for a kid with a broken arm. So I beseech you, I come before you and I ask that you think about that when it comes to your desk, that you think about us, because we're not just numbers, we're people. We have faces, we have lives that we live, and we're your servants for this county, and we've served well. And I ask that we be compensated for that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next person we have is Rebecca Carlson.
Good morning, gentlemen. Friendly reminder, the Constitution. I'm going to give you a little, brought some paper in for you guys, reading material to do some studying on the truth about COVID and the lies, and also local government. The local government is about the local people, and we're the people. And what these people are saying, what she's saying, you guys are running everything. You work for us. I'm just here to remind you, you work for these people, and you know that, but I'm just reminding you, my thing is, when are you guys as supervisors, I'll work with you, start defying the orders from the state. The state is dictating from a tyrannical governor everything that you're doing. When are you going to take action to protect the people who you are supposed to serve? Take action. Texas just signed in 7 gun laws. What are we doing? What is Yuba County doing to stand up to reduce taxes, to make it, why is healthcare mandatory? It shouldn't be mandatory. Freedom. It's about freedom. And I'm going to keep reminding you, Newsom is a tyrannical, sadistic dictator. And this whole state can be changed. And it starts right here. It starts with me, starts with you, and forget OSHA and fire Dr. Lou. That lady, if she was concerned about healthcare in this county, all the gyms would be open. Instead, what'd she do? She shut down the gyms. So all the fat people can't go in, lose their weight, and get healthy. Let's be honest. Let's be real. That's what it's about. It's not about health. There's an agenda going on. Wake up, protect us. We're not getting no damn vaccine shots. And it's not even a vaccine, it's an experimental gene therapy. And they're testing us. We're the guinea pigs. And then what are you gonna do about in August? Look at what's happening with Fauci. I'm saying it trickles down. We're dealing with a tyrannical government. And if we can't get control in Yuba County and you guys can't stand up, you guys can't get some balls and stand up to the state, I don't care. Oh, it's the law. Well, their laws are demonic and not okay, and it's violating the Constitution. And we have to stand up, because we lose America, well, it's over. China's gonna eat our lunch and pop our sack more than they've already been doing.
Through the chair, we have no more cards.
Okay, sounds like we might have one. And I did see at one point, Charles on Zoom had his hand up. I don't know if he doesn't want to speak anymore because I don't see it, but. Okay, looks like he does. So why don't we take Charles? Oh, no, never mind. You're up here. Let's take you, ma'am. You're right there. Charles, you'll be next.
thought maybe I'd give you time to look at my issues if you want him to go first. But. Okay, my name is Donna Wahlberg, and I thank you all for working with us on a few issues so far. This is my second open meeting. I'm here to comment on the mandate that Cal OSHA, everything, first of all, let me just preface what I'm saying with everything is moving so fast that my head is spinning, okay? I cannot believe all of the new rules and laws, unconstitutional laws that are being put in place. And I mean, we basically are already a socialist communist country. We really are. And we need to start fighting for our freedom and our Constitution. But I'm here to talk today about the Cal OSHA, basically deputizing employers to do what they cannot legally or constitutionally mandate, and that is to have employees or require employees to be vaccinated as a condition of employment, or to have employees provide proof of vaccination as a condition of employment, and or provide proof of vaccination or have to wear a mask, which can be discriminated against by those that are vaccinated. So that I want this board to make a resolution that you're not going to mandate any of that. You're going to take down the mask signs, and especially in accordance with the May 11th rescinding of your emergency health order and the adoption of your January 24th, 2021 Healthy Communities Resolution. I want you to stand firm by the language of that resolution because the public health officers still marching on, doing all kinds of, more getting ready. The state is getting ready to even get more aggressive on these COVID issues. So I want this county, I'm urging you to please stick by your Healthy Communities Resolution that was that you signed in January. Stand by your rescinding the emergency health order. I know the state health order is still in effect, and that's why Dr. Liu is continuing to go to town with that. But we've got to stand up. This whole thing is a hoax to begin with. There is no science. In fact, your resolution that you signed in January says there is no science to back any of this, any of these mandates. There's no science to back that this is a terrible infectious disease. It has a 99.98% survival rate, I think. So, all of this is ridiculous. It's affecting our freedom. It's affecting our businesses. And so please stand by, be strong, be verbal, tell this community that you are standing by, you're rescinding the health order and the emergency health order, and that you are going to stand by and reaffirm the resolution that was signed by you all in January of this year.
Thank you, Ms. Welber.
Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any, well, let's go with Charles next on Zoom. Good morning, Charles. Can you get unmuted there? There we go.
There you go. Thank you. Good morning, Charles Sharp, Oregon House. Supervisor Bradford, people are talking about you. They're saying that you are doing a pretty good job as supervisor. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charles. Okay, any more public comment? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to county departments. First up will be item 312, 2021, Community Development and Services. Approve amendment number 1 with First Choice DBE. Actually, wait, sorry, never mind. I got confused. It's 313. Now I'm confused too. Okay, we'll move on to, and I have it in my notes further down too. So we'll move on to item 264, 2021, Community Development and Services. Adopt resolution of participation and support for Yuba County Three Rivers Parkway. Morning, Mike.
Morning, Mr. Chair, fellow board members, Mike Lee with Community Development. So this is an exciting item to bring before your board this morning. Yuba Water Agency sponsored the formation of the Three Rivers Parkway Working Group. So it's going to be a long-range endeavor, but we have to start somewhere. And the ultimate goal is to take advantage of the outdoor and the Three Rivers and build some parkways and pedestrian type paths. So the Yuba Water Agency, I applaud the water agency for starting that process and initiating. Again, this is a long range vision, but you have to start somewhere. The water agency did hire applied development economics to spearhead this endeavor. And so we have a brief presentation from a Zoom presentation from Doug Svensson with that outfit. So I'm happy to introduce him, hopefully. Yep, he's there.
Great. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Chairman Bradford, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Doug Svensson with Applied Development Economics. I have a presentation. I'd like to share my screen. As Mr. Lee mentioned, as part of our work with the Yuba Water Agency, about 2 years ago, we facilitated the formation of a working group for the consideration of and planning of the River Parkway system as part of our economic development strategic planning. That working group included staff level participation from the Yuba Water Agency, the county, the two cities, Marysville and Wheatland, as well as nonprofit groups interested in promoting use of the river areas and outdoor recreation, including the levee authorities and representatives of the economic development community, including the Lodging Association and the Chamber of Commerce. This effort has been building on plans that were in place in Yuba County for some years. In 2008, the Yuba County adopted a Parks Master Plan that includes trail systems. And in addition, Trilla, in its planning for the upgraded levee systems, has done recreation studies to address the potential for recreation use of the river areas protected by the levees. In addition, the county has a bikeway master plan that feeds into this effort, and SACOG at the regional level has a bicycle, pedestrian, and trails master plan, which is currently being updated. As currently conceived, the parkway system could include as much as 40 miles and 5,000 acres, extending approximately from Hammond Grove on the Yuba River down to Marysville, over to Yuba City, down the Feather to the Bear River, and up the Bear River to Wheatland. When we met with the Wheatland City Council, they suggested that in fact it should go further up the Bear River to the Smartsville wildlife area as well. The initial rationale for this effort was an effort to improve the tourism economy in Yuba County. As you're aware, Yuba and Sutter counties both do not attract the same level of tourism as other counties throughout the Sacramento Valley. This graph shows per capita destination spending, and Yuba County is near the bottom among those counties and below the state average. However, outdoor recreation has been growing faster than the economy as a whole. And in fact, we think with the pandemic this last year, the interest in outdoor recreation opportunities has grown even faster. We've looked at a number of studies that indicate the amount of money that people spend when they use trail systems. We estimate as of 2018, there were as many as 1.8 million visitor days in Yuba County. If we were able to do a 50% increase of that as using the River Parkway system as a visitor attraction, that could generate as much as $27 million in business revenues in Yuba County per year. That would improve occupancies for existing hotels, as well as generating demand for additional hotels, It would create new business opportunities for concessions for biking, kayaking, other outdoor activities, improve business conditions for restaurants and recreational outlets in the county, and also create a quality of life amenity for people living in Yuba County, which would also help attract new entrepreneurs, workforce, and businesses to Yuba County. In terms of public benefit, we estimate that 900,000 new visitors would generate as much as $1 million a year in new tax revenues. And there would be some costs for operations and maintenance of the system, but the net gain is over $600,000 a year for general fund revenues for the county. The working group developed a vision statement for the parkway that discusses the concept of being both economically and environmentally sustainable and creating habitat as well as public benefit for agriculture and other uses along the river. It would be a multi-use facility, including biking, hiking, on-river activities, kayaking, and other boating. But also working with wildlife agencies, we believe there would be opportunities to protect vital habitat throughout the river systems. And also by protecting watershed areas, improve groundwater sustainability for farm interests as well. As I mentioned, Trilla has done some initial planning. This is a shot from their 2009 study looking at trail opportunities and recreation along the Feather River area. More recently, the working group with River Partners taking the lead has done a more detailed analysis of trail alignments through this area, estimated the construction cost for this system that would include about 20 miles of trails at about $8.5 million. We've also discussed this with the Marysville City Council and looked at options for connecting to the city's trail system as well as connecting across the river to Yuba City. As you are probably aware, Sutter County also has a trail system partially in place. They're working to build that out, but making this connection from Marysville to Yuba City would truly create a regional attraction that could be marketed to visitors throughout the state and nation. So we're currently in the process of soliciting resolutions of support. As I mentioned, the cities of Marysville and Wheatland have adopted a similar resolution as that one before you today, as well as some of the groups in the working group as well. Our key next step is to develop a plan for maintenance and operation. We had originally intended to submit applications to the state to get Prop 68 funding for construction, but we need to have a plan in place for the maintenance and operation of the facility really in order to move forward. And so that will be the key next step for the working group. From that, then we'll look to apply to grant funds, particularly to conduct additional planning and engineering work. That concludes my presentation. I would be happy to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any comments or questions from the board?
Through the chair. There's two things that have to happen before anywhere close to that volume of traffic can be handled, and that's the 800-pound gorilla they say is sitting on the couch, the Marysville and the Wheatland bypass. We have two corks, one at each end of the county. And until we can solve that problem, unless you plan on flying people in, there's no way to get in or out. And for those of you who sat in traffic from Rural Road to Marysville every day, it's an enlightening experience. So I really wish they would concentrate on the two items actually holding back the county, which is both Wheatland and the Marysville bypass, which has been in discussion for probably 40 years.
40.
Yeah.
Thank you for those comments.
Through the chair. So maybe we put people on bicycles and trails and we could move them a lot faster if they stayed on those trails.
That volume, I don't think
Maybe not the volume would be there, but I'll tell you, I clearly like the idea. I think providing the product to the public. We're a destination for areas around us, particularly in the 5th District. What we bring in from Sacramento, Yolo, El Dorado, Placer, even Nevada, they come here because they enjoy the foothills, the water, not the dense congestion they live with every day. So they do show up. And as Mike pointed out, we're not going to resolve this one tomorrow, but you have to start somewhere. And this is the beginning of that piece of it. So I'll make the motion to approve this resolution.
I'll second it, but I still say that a single file, we can get people through, but it's just not going to go anywhere. This is good to do the groundwork, and you're right, we have to start somewhere, but we better face the fact that Marysville City Council and Wheatland City Council better get their act together. They've been talking about 3 routes since I've been a supervisor in 2009, Wheatland. And I would like to see some movement, some positive movement. We've seen it go backwards, but it's just very frustrating. We can plan all this, we can spend this money, but if nobody comes. Okay, that was a second.
Any additional comments from the board or questions? Okay. I have a few as well. I think this is an outstanding idea. I can't even express how much I support it. Not only to bring in visitors, but I think it also brings in residents. I know the existing trail in Plumas Lake is used quite a bit by the community, as well as even just walking on the levee along the Bear River between Highway 70 and the Western Pacific Interceptor Canal. And it's a community amenity, as well as something that will draw in visitors. So it brings residents, it brings visitors, and those residents help pay impact fees to help fund things like bypasses. So anyway, I think they work together. Certainly a valid concern you raised, no doubt, but I think they can work together to help achieve those things. And so before we vote on it, any public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any. Roll call vote, please. Oh, sorry. Yes, please, come on up. And if you could state your name too, please.
Hi there. I didn't know I was going to be speaking on this, but I'm a longtime Yuba County resident. My name is Ann Schumacher. I just believe that our levee system, our river, are they're our greatest asset we have around here. And I do think that those two things can work together as far as just making this a biking community. It would draw a lot of people, this whole area. People would be able to bike to work using the levee systems if it's safe. We need some ways to get over some of the highways, but I feel like that would minimize some of the traffic if people had a choice to bicycle. And some of us do like to bicycle. I use the levees all the time, and I used to use it with my kids all the time, except there were certain places I couldn't really go safely. Anyways, but I just think that really investing in that, it will draw people here, making this a really nice place, and it could help minimize congestion if people could bike to work. I used to bicycle all around here when I was a kid, but there's no reason that vehicles should, and people that choose to travel in vehicles should take precedence over people that would like to travel using their bicycles. So that's my statement there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Absolutely, yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford.
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Great, thank you. Now moving on to item 318, 2021, Public Guardian. Approved budget transfer from account number, it's listed on the agenda. I don't think I need to read it. General fund contingencies in the total amount of $39,640 to various line items to cover costs associated with public guardian position change, and a 4/5 vote will be required.
Yes, good morning, Chair, members of the board. Kevin Mallon, County Administrator. I'm going to present this item on behalf of the Public Guardian's Office this morning, and this is essentially a cleanup, a budget cleanup to the action that the board took back in May. As the board may recall, our current public guardian announced her retirement. The board appointed a new public guardian. We have a 1-month overlap. And so the contingency fund request is to cover the accrual payout for the retirement of the former public guardian and the salary cost for that overlap, that 1-month overlap. The new public guardian. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any comments or questions from the board?
Great idea. I'll make the motion.
Okay, we have a first from Supervisor Vasquez. Is there a
Second.
second? Okay, have a second from Supervisor Fletcher. Are there any public comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now moving on to item 321, 2021, Community Services and Development, adopt resolution authorizing the borrowing of $80,500 from CSA 66 to CSA 72 for paving of Candlewood Way and acceptance of donations of $30,000 from residents of CSA 72 to be applied towards construction cost. A 4/5 vote is also required on this. Morning.
Morning to the chair and to the board. Craig Herbert, construction manager. Excuse me. We're asking the board to adopt a resolution authorizing the borrowing of $80,500 from CSA 66 to CSA 72 for the paving of Candlewood Way and accept the donations of $30,000 from the residents of CSA 72 to be applied to the construction costs. The public hearing and Prop 218 vote was held in April regarding this item, and which did pass and approved the increase in assessments to repay this loan. And I would happy to answer any questions of the board.
Any questions or comments from board members?
Through the chair. It's not often you have people assist the county in paving. I'd like to thank the people that donated the money. And I'll make the motion to authorizing borrowing of 80,000 from CSA 66 to CSA 72.
So through the chair, quick comment. This has been one long process.
Yes, sir.
However, thank you very much for pursuing this to the community. It's hard to tell everyone in advance how long it takes to get this stuff done, but I think it was worthwhile. And again, I do want to thank those that actually put money in the pot. We made this happen as a team, as a unit from the community. They came forward, they asked, we worked. It was a working process. And this is really how you get things done. I'd like to tell you it could be done in a month, 2 years, 3 years. It just takes time, but it was worthwhile. So those involved, thank you very much. And I'll make the second motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Additional board comments? Okay, any public comment on this item? Okay, I just have a quick comment as well. I think it's outstanding to see such a partnership between the community and the county, and to see something like this really driven by the community where they, they have a huge stake in it, and we're able to come alongside them and help make it happen. So it's just outstanding. So perfect example of the way to get things done, as Supervisor Fletcher said. So Mary, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up is item 306, 2021, County Administrator. Receive a presentation from staff on the proposed 2021 redistricting requirements, process, and work plan, and provide direction to staff as needed.
Yes, good morning, Chair, members of the board, Kevin Mallon, County Administrator. So this item is something that happens once every 10 years. I've actually had the pleasure of participating in the redistricting process after the 2000 census and the 2010 census. And so hopefully third time's a charm here with the 2020 census. I'm not sure I'll be around for the 2030, but to be determined, right? The state in 2019, prior to the 2020 census, decided to approve Assembly Bill what was it, 839, 849? It was in the 849. And that Assembly bill required additional steps that the counties must take as part of the process. More public outreach, et cetera, which in 2019, great idea, plenty of time, right? And then COVID hit. The 2020 census, proceeded. Unfortunately, the Census Bureau is behind schedule on providing the information from the 2020 census to the counties so that we can have this nice, long, drawn-out process with lots of public participation. And the latest that we're hearing is that we won't receive the information from the Census Bureau until the end of October, but there's a hard deadline set of December 15th to adopt new district boundaries based on the census information. So it gives us about 6 weeks to play with on the information. So Assembly Bill 849 laid out that we needed to have, I believe, 4 public meetings and engage the public through the process. And so our plan, as outlined in the staff report, is to begin engaging the public prior to receiving the information from the Census Bureau. Hold a couple public meetings, gather information. We have a rough idea of how our population has grown in the county based on where new homes have been built over the last 10 years. So we can use our own internal data to begin with, to start some preliminary planning exercises, and then have that outreach to the public. We'll have a website. I failed to mention, I'm going to have Jamie Yang in my office, lead efforts in my office, and then she'll be assisted by Rachel Downs in community development. Rachel is our YES team. It used to be a team of individuals during COVID. Now it's Rachel doing that outreach, but she's going to assist Jamie in our public outreach efforts. So we want to accomplish the goals that the state had set out in AB 849 to have increased public participation through the redistricting process, but we're trying to work within this new twist with a limited amount of time to actually work with the data. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Through the chair, how much more of my district am I going to lose?
Well, at the end of the day, the goal is equal population representation, right? And so you won't lose any people. All 5 districts will have the same number of people, but the physical boundary, more than likely District 1, it's had a lot of homes built in the last 10 years. So that means the footprint of it physically will need to shrink to keep the population balanced with the other 4 districts. And I believe District 4 will be similar, where there's been a lot of new homes built. But the goal is that we have equal population distribution.
Through the chair. Are there more complicated rules other than just body count?
Yes, there's a whole list of.
And are most of these new or not?
They've been introduced. So when I worked on the 2000 census, it was pretty straight. It was basically people. You know, and a little bit of nuance on making sure you don't divide communities and that you don't have these geographic divides that. Like one community is on one side of the river and the other parts on the other side of the river, but they're represented by the same district, that type of thing. And then in 2010, introduced a few more. And so this is just, they introduced a little bit more each time on things we need to pay attention to as we look at district boundaries. And so a lot of that, and unfortunately, a lot of that information is going to be buried in the census information that we won't receive till the end of October. Because what the county has is really more just, how many houses were built in a different area and roughly how many more people are now in that area, that we can work with from a preliminary standpoint. But.
Okay.
Through the chair. So the first district's concerned of how much smaller he's going to be. And the 5th district is concerned, how much larger is it going to be? Jamie.
Your car allowance.
Could you shrink it up just a little? I know that's not probably on the agenda. So do all you can. I realize it's all about numbers.
We got larger car allowance for you.
Thank you.
So,
All right.
I think it's a great idea. The approach that the staff has put forward in the report makes a lot of sense to me. I definitely agree with starting those public participation and public outreach early, getting that information about what people feel their community of interest is. I think that's the term that's used, right? And then I would just suggest, we might already be planning to do this, but that we make those, if depending on where those meetings are, if one of them's here, that we make it available virtually as well, so that people have that option. I know that's not an option everywhere, but I know the board chambers does have that option. So if we have a meeting here, I'd encourage us to make it virtual as well. So, okay. And do we need a motion, or is it just direction?
No, it was
Okay.
mainly just receive our presentation today, and if the board concurs, then staff will move forward as outlined in the staff report.
Okay, I will also just check and see those. Is there any public comment on this item?
Was there a staff report in here somewhere?
Yeah, there was a list of like criteria and, right? Yeah.
I can email it again if it was buried in the packet. I apologize. It was a rather lengthy packet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is at a time certain, so we will pass over that for now and move on to item 237, 2021, Information Technology Adopt Resolution to approve contract with Kroll, approve purchase order with Darktrace, an amendment with Planet Technology for cybersecurity, and authorize chair to execute. Morning, Permitter.
Good morning, board, county council, CAO. I'm Permitter Baines with Admin Services. I have 4 items on this one staff report, and it's all related to the cyber attack. The first item is a resolution ratifying the agreement that we executed with Kroll. Kroll was the company that was recommended by the insurance company. There are support services that help with the remediation of the attack. They're basically like a forensic detective that figured out what happened, how it happened, and what we should do to help provide better security. And we executed that agreement with Kroll, and also with the resolution, we're requesting that the board authorize Administrative Services Director to execute a purchase order with Darktrace. I'll go into more detail with that item, the third item. But the first item is the resolution, adopting the resolution. Second item is the professional services agreement. We're requesting that the board approve and execute the Kroll agreement. Basically what we're doing is we have our standard language in our professional services agreement, and we're just attaching the agreement that was executed with Kroll as an attachment to our professional services agreement. This isn't required, but it's a recommendation that we'd like to do this. And the third item is Darktrace. It's a 4-year term, and it's $116,000 per year annually. And Darktrace is basically artificial intelligence. Kroll deals more with the end user, and Darktrace is more for the network. It studies our traffic pattern in our network system, and when it determines that there's something that's abnormal, it detects the threat, contains the threat, and notifies our information technology department. And then the fourth item is Planet Technology. We have an existing contract with Planet Technology, and we'd like to do an amendment to add these additional measures, security measures. It basically reduces the gap, the communication, helps with the communication with all these additional security measures that we're implementing. I'm not sure if there's any questions you guys have. I got Joe Oates with me here from Information Technology, if there's any technical questions. And I'll leave it up to County Council if we can do one motion or if we have to do separate motions for each item.
To the chair. I had an incident 2 weeks ago, took my email and Microsoft. And I have a service that I paid one shot. Now, the second shot, when they got my email a week ago, cost me $1,000 to get that back. And it's something that hits everywhere. And don't think you're exempt from, sooner or later, they're going to get you. This was from Russia too. Thank you. So one motion or more than one?
Through the chair, I got maybe an observation. How confident are we that at all that this is going to really secure our situation here?
We're more confident now than we were. Technology keeps changing.
Yeah.
So all we can do is prepare and stay up with technology.
The term we use in cybersecurity is reduce the risk. You can never eliminate the risk.
Yeah.
And so these contracts will reduce the risk further than it is, compared to where it is now. But it's impossible to eliminate it.
Right.
So,
But I guess government agencies and everybody kind of has to do their own thing pretty much, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, thanks.
In answer to the question, given that we're dealing with different vendors, I would recommend a motion as to each requested action. At the end of the staff report, page 2, just above committee action, that last paragraph lays out the actions to be taken very nicely. So,
Well, if I could find it there. I'm serious as a heart attack. This has gotten to the point of being ridiculous because, it's a stack of.
does anyone else have it handy? They can make the motion.
Okay, I'll make.
Through the chair, we have one public comment, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Ms. Donna Wahlberg.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Where is that?
Hello.
good luck.
I'm not informed enough on this to say as much as I probably would like to if I was informed, but the technology thing is just a red flag for me. I just want to make a comment. If this involves 5G at all, I don't know if it does or not. If it does, then I would ask that, the board not approve anything that
I don't know where to.
has 5G because it's dangerous for our health. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this.
Any additional public comment on this item? Any additional board comment?
Through the chair.
Thank you, sir.
Well, while Andy's looking up the correct numbers there, one of the other
I got it.
part you may want to think about, I do know that in the banking world, there's a way to turn your system on and off that shuts the system down so it can't be hacked. And I don't know if that's available in this system, but a question that I would ask, technical ability, is that an opportunity? So at the end of the day or middle of the day, or when you're finished with something, you just shut off your system and you have to open it to retrieve and start all over. Again, this is way over my head. Unfortunately, that's our future. Unfortunately, we can't go back to papers and mailing. That's as secure as I can get. I kind of like it for my office, but it won't work. It's the future this is where we have to go. But whatever we can do to protect internal information, I think we have to do that. So
Okay.
back to Andy.
I
believe
have the 4 items here. I make a motion, we adopt the resolution ratifying the coal contract and authorizing a director of administrative services to execute the purchase order with Dark Trace.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and I believe we have one additional public comment on this item. So
Okay.
Well, I'm not a real techie person or anything like that, but I do believe that we need to have checks and balances as far as each of these companies that are
controlling the information and what kind of information that they want and what they're going to do with that information. I think that's really important, that there's some oversight to protect us, not just to protect this, the security of these systems, but to secure also public information and public rights. So that's my comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a first and a second, so roll call vote, please. Mary?
Through the chair, I got the first motion from Supervisor Vasquez. Who did the second, please?
Supervisor Fletcher, I believe, was the second.
Okay, Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Okay, next up.
Okay, item 2 is approve and execute the contract with Kroll. Sounds like a Danish pastry. Okay.
So that's a first?
That's first.
Okay.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Okay, item 3, approve and execute the amendment with Planet Technology.
Okay, that's a motion,
Yes, motion. Yes.
Second.
and I have a first and a second from Supervisor Vasquez and Supervisor Fletcher. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you. Is there one more?
Item 4, approve the purchase order for Dark Trace.
Okay, I have a motion and a
Second.
second. So roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford.
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Permender and IT. We'll move on to item 324, 2021, Community Development and Services. Initiate Proposition 218 process and set a date for public hearing to consider assessment, establishment, or dissolution of County Service Area 57. Welcome back, Craig.
Good morning. Again, Craig Herbert, Construction Manager. We would like to request the board direct staff to initiate the Proposition 218 process and consider the establishment of assessment or dissolution of County Service Area 57 and set a public hearing date of August 24th, 2021 to consider the assessment, establishment, or dissolution and tabulate the ballots at that time. Yuba County LAFCO Commission approved formation of CSA 57 by resolution number 1993-16. CSA 57 was created to provide funding and maintenance services, including road and drainage facilities near the unincorporated community of Challenge, north of LaPorte Road. CSA never established assessment to maintain those services, and the CSA has been inactive since its creation. That's the reason for the recommendation from the board.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Okay, I have a first from Supervisor Fletcher, a second from Supervisor Vasquez. Any additional board comment? Any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
It's unanimous, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is ordinances and public hearings. If you challenge in court the action or decision of the Yuba County Board of Supervisors regarding a zoning, planning, land use, or environmental protection matter made at any hearing described in this notice, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at such hearing, or in written correspondence delivered to the Yuba County Board of Supervisors at or prior to such hearing. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per individual or group, and we'll start with item 313, 2021, that was moved from county departments. I will open the public hearing, and it is County Administrator adopt resolution adopting required findings and authorizing the County Administrator to execute an energy services contract with Site Log IQ for energy improvements.
Good morning, Chairman. Sean Powers, Assistant County Administrator. With me today is John Burdett from SiteLogic. You'll recall your board, we visited this project back in February with an LOA with this vendor. So this is the next phase in this to execute a contract. This does require a public hearing that was properly noticed. This is part of it. Your board also be aware you did receive some supplemental information with this that didn't make it into the addendum. It was the Exhibit C in the contract. That's been provided via hard copy to you. We do have members available to the public if necessary also. With that, just touch on a few highlights of the project. This is to do an energy retrofit project here at the Government Center, do battery backup. That's actually an energy efficiency improvement and also provides backup power to us in the case of power failure, and also LED retrofit to increase our efficiency. With that, I'd like to turn it over to John to go over the details of the project.
Thank you for having me here today, supervisors and county administrator. My name is John Burdett. I'm the director for the state and local government solutions with SiteLogic. I know it's spelled funny, but it's pronounced SiteLogic. We're proud sponsors of the California State Association of Counties and RCRC, Rural County Representatives of California. As you know, utility costs are on the rise. Here in the PG&E territory, they've gone up on average over the years since PG&E became a public company, 11.32%. In the next 3 years, they're anticipating a 25% plus increase for maintenance and hardening of their transmission and distribution lines to help reduce wildfires. I know you guys up here have experienced public safety power shutoffs, as have I. So one of the solutions that we're presenting today will directly address that for the Government Center. Wildfires also can make really terrible air, and we bring that air into our occupied spaces, and it can make the occupants of your facilities unsafe. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And then if we didn't have enough going on, we got hit by the coronavirus. So what we do through turnkey infrastructure solutions, we help our county clients create communities and infrastructure that's resilient, healthy, safe, efficient, smart, and sustainable. And we do all this in a way to where we help lower your utility bills, and these programs self-fund themselves. We're a single source turnkey program, so you don't have to coordinate between all the different trades. We like to say there's one throat to choke. If something goes wrong, we're completely responsible. We're a national company. We have over 600 employees. We've done over $5 billion in construction, and our closest office is located in Sacramento, California, so we can service you very well. As I mentioned, these programs are budget neutral, so we reduce your energy bill here on the left. If there's any debt or financing, we still provide a positive cash flow and can save the county quite a bit of money over time. How do we do this? We do this through controls, smart city infrastructure, energy generation, engineered infection protection. These are devices that go in your HVAC units that actually kill pathogens, 99.4% effective against the SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19. More efficient HVAC, as you heard, lighting, solar, PV shade structures, and battery storage. So we've got two phases going. We've got a pilot program, phase 1, that's in front of you today for approval. And we're in the final development for a phase 2 program. And we've been at this since October 2019, when we first introduced the program and the county was looking at other energy services companies. We did get delayed a little bit during COVID, but we stuck with it, and we're here in front of you today. And what we'd like to present is a phase 1 battery storage project for resiliency at the Government Center. The total project cost, including the lighting retrofit, is just over $1.5 million. And our company was successful in securing what's called the Self-Generation Incentive Program grant for the county, where we'll get $1.27 million from PG&E to help fund this program. So the total project cost after incentive is only $289,000. And with the avoided energy costs, it pays back within the first 5 years. We also have a phase 2 teed up for you for your consideration. which would include the courthouse, the library, River Highlands wastewater treatment plant, the Sheriff's Department, Sycamore Ranch, the Team Reporting Center, Juvenile Hall, Office of Education Victim Services, County Jail, Health and Human Services, the Animal Care Facility, the County Airport, and then a few various other facilities if you wanted to add what's called that engineered infection protection that could go anywhere. So if you did all in and we did everything, it would cost you approximately $12 million. We could get you another $1 million from PG&E through their self-generation incentive program. And then the program savings just from utility costs alone over the life of the program would be $26 million, providing the county with a return on investment of approximately 240%. We also offer energy management services, which are included in those numbers. So you'll have a website developed that will integrate directly with the PG&E electric meters. It will download the data directly from the utility so we can measure and verify and guarantee the performance. So all of our projects have a performance guarantee in it, to whereas if for some reason the county comes up short on the savings, our company writes a check for the difference. Any questions?
Through the chair, what was the life of the program?
20 years is the useful life of solar and battery storage.
Additional questions?
Through the chair. John, we didn't get an opportunity to talk at RCRC, but do you also offer this to the public?
We do. My company, SiteLogic, does not do residential. However, I'm aligned with a residential company that does a lot of this as well. SiteLogic focuses mainly on public sector, so municipalities, universities, higher ed. We're doing a $28 million program here for the Marysville Unified School District and their master facility planning. So they're going to go renewable energy, battery storage. They're getting all of the engineered infection protection as well to help mitigate the spread of the current COVID-19 virus, and then any of the mutations that might form and come about. The technology will work there as well.
So is there any opportunity for businesses in Marysville or Wheatland that if all of them came together as a package, that you could provide a similar service?
Absolutely.
If you would work with maybe the Marysville and, well, several of us that had the opportunity to hold town hall meetings, bring the public in, give a presentation, it could be beneficial for everyone. So
I
if
agree.
you would consider doing that, think about it.
Yeah, I agree. I will do it.
Okay, thank you.
If you send something to the each of the supervisors, give me your phone number, contact number, email. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a quick question. Were you involved in the shade solar out here?
No, that first project was done years ago with another company.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest ideas I've seen around long. I see them everywhere now, but when that started showing up, I thought, man, somebody's had a good idea there.
Yeah, so just to kind of show you, we do have some of those layouts here for the library. This is what it might look like on the roof. Over at the River Highlands, some preliminary solar designs. This courthouse, jail would get a roof restoration potentially, maybe right here. And then here at the Sheriff's Department, nice shaded solar parking shade structures. Sycamore Ranch. Obviously the battery storage, cool roof.
I see Caltrans has a big one over for their office district.
It's nice when it's 109 degrees out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution.
Have a first from Supervisor Fletcher and a second from Supervisor Vasquez.
Supervisor Bradford, I'd want to just note what's before the board today is just for the phase 1 project, and we do need to open the public hearing on that.
Okay, I'll make sure I did. I think I did when I called the agenda, but in case I didn't, okay, I'll make sure that the public hearing is open. And Mary, did we have a public comment? I thought I saw someone bring something up.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So we'll take public comment now.
Miss Donna Wahlberg.
Okay.
She's going to withdraw.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I do not see any public comment on Zoom, so we will have a roll call vote for consideration of phase one.
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford?
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Yes.
Passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Supervisors.
Okay, next we'll move on to item 265, 2021. Community Development and Services hold public hearing and approve county service area assessment summary for fiscal year 2021, 2022. I'll open the public hearing.
Good morning, Chairman Bradford, members of the board. Once again, my name is Dan Peterson, Director of Public Works. The county actually provides services to 59 different county service areas, and we're tasked with making sure that the assessments are suitable to actually perform all the services necessary. So every year we come before the board to request that the board hold a public hearing and formally adopt the attached county service area summary of all the different assessments. This is a considerable amount of money. It's $3.7 million per year. So at this point, this is what we're requesting is we bring before the assessments which have been evaluated and adjusted as necessary in the prior months.
Thank you. Any board comments or questions on this item? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a first from Supervisor Fletcher, a second from Supervisor Vasquez. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez? Yes. Supervisor Blazer?
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr?
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford?
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, we'll move on to item 266, 2021. Community Development and Services hold public hearing and adopt resolution adopting budget for Gled Hill Landscape and Lighting District. I'll open the public hearing.
Good morning once again, Dan Peterson. The county provides services for the Gled Hill Lighting District. And in this case, the district has already adjusted its annual assessment, and we're bringing the budget before the board for approval.
Comments, questions, or a motion from the board? Okay, I have a first from Supervisor Vasquez.
Second.
And a second from Supervisor Blazer. Any public comment on this item? Okay, I will close the public hearing and call for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Vasquez? Yes. Supervisor Blazer?
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr?
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford?
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is item 267, 2021. Community Development and Services hold public hearing and adopt resolution adopting the budget for the Linda Street Lighting Maintenance District. I will open the public hearing and take board comments, questions, and motions.
Okay. I'll make a motion to adopt the attached resolution adopting a budget for Linda Street Lighting Maintenance District.
Okay.
Second.
I have a first from Supervisor Vasquez, a second from Supervisor Blazer. Is there any public comment on this item?
You gotta jump out.
Okay, I will close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer?
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr?
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford?
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dan. Okay, next up is item 212, 2021, County Administrator Ordinance. Hold public hearing, waive first reading, and introduce ordinance enacting Chapter 2.160 of Title II of the Yuba County Ordinance Code relating to the county seal and county logo. Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. Jamie Yang, Management Analyst with the County Administrator's Office. You may recall during the last meeting at the end of March, your board directed that staff bring forward at a future board meeting a county seal use policy and/or ordinance update for consideration as applicable. This request was related to a local fire district requesting to incorporate the county seal into their logo or seal. You may have also noticed that in the past few years, county staff created a county logo that in many times have been either used alongside with the county seal or in place of the county seal. As symbols of the county government, the county seal and logo must be used with respect and not for inappropriate purposes. Chapter 2.160 titled County Seal and County Logo seeks to reestablish and readopt the county seal and county logo and define the appropriate uses, non-department agency request policy, and penalties. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'll open the public hearing. Are there questions from the board?
Through the chair, no question, but comment. This did come from Lomarica Fire Department, and I'm pleased that you put this together. You know, it really shows the connection between at least one fire department. I would hope that other fire departments might also take a close look at this. We're really, even though there are multiple fire department divisions, we're one unit when it comes to a fire in the 5th district. So it kind of connects all of us. So if the other fire departments would consider using that and we have a policy, I think it's a great idea. And it also matches literally with the entire community. So I'll make the motion that we approve this.
You have a first from Supervisor Fletcher. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, if I might, sorry. There is just some minor editing that I would propose in section 2.160.070, subsection B. The first line reads, any use of the logo not authorized by paragraph capital A or capital B. I would propose striking paragraph capital A or capital B, replacing it with subsection paren small a close paren or paren small b close paren in order to be consistent throughout the ordinance. I would also suggest in line 2 of that same section 2.160.070B that Board of Supervisors be stricken and CAO be placed there. And finally, in the third line, subsection capital C, the capital C be stricken and replaced with paren small c close paren. So those are, I know they're minor and I missed them the first time I went through the ordinance, but for purposes of consistency throughout the entirety of the ordinance, I believe those edits would be appropriate and ask that the motion maker amend his motion to include those edits.
I will amend my motion to include those amendments.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a second to the amended motion?
I'll second that with
Okay,
the modifications.
Okay, I have a first by Supervisor Fletcher, a second by Supervisor Vasquez. Any additional board comment? Any public comment on this item? Okay, I will close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhrer,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up is actually item 268, 2021. But before we move to that item, does the board need a break or are we good? Seems okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and move to item 268, 2021, and we'll take the break after board and staff member reports.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. Kevin Mallon, County Administrator. You didn't know how many slides were in my PowerPoint presentation before you made that decision on whether to take the break.
I noticed that. I was going, wait a minute, 30 minutes? Okay, we'll do it.
All right, let me see if I can figure this out. Oh, that's still up. We have Mr. Burdett's face. Ah, there we go.
because we'll get.
Oh.
Ask Michelle to share the screen.
Might be at the very top. I don't know if you move the mouse up to the very top of the screen, if it'll pop up. No, maybe not.
No.
Okay, because you still have the screen shared, is that?
Yeah, no.
Exit minimize video.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I got to pull up the PowerPoint
No,
first.
first we.
Oh, first we share the screen.
Yes. and then we-
Well, let's see here. Well, we'll try this one out. Okay, and then go like this. And do I need to share the screen? Yep, there we go.
Oh, you might need to close that and the little share window and come back in, just to guess.
There we go. Getting plenty of IT support
There you
here.
go.
Appreciate it, guys. All right. We're on our way. I'm gonna this box. That's okay.
Excellent.
All right. Now we'll get started. So I believe I have 28 slides, just to give you a heads up. You can count as you go if you're waiting for the restroom break. But the item before the board today is our traditional process. I know we had an untraditional process last year due to COVID, but our traditional process is the county administrator before the end of June presents the board with an interim spending plan for consideration while we go through the process of holding budget workshops and then finalizing information, and then the board adopts the final budget in September. And so before you today is that interim spending plan. And before I go any further, I really want to thank everyone that's in the audience today has been a part of putting together the proposed budget. And I'm sure there's many more that aren't in attendance today. We'd probably fill the room with people that are involved in our budget process in the various departments in Yuba County. And in particular, I have a person in the county administrator's office that takes all of that information from all of the departments and pulls it together and tries to make sure everything lines up. And she spends countless hours working through the spreadsheets and making sure the numbers match. And so Michelle Logan, who's behind me today, I really appreciate the extra effort that she goes through each year to make sure we have a budget that makes sense. So with that, my PowerPoint today, the budget message that was in the proposed budget really went over kind of some of the highlights of what we accomplished last year, as well as some of our goals for this year. And my PowerPoint today is really more to focus in on the numbers. So the first number is really the big number. This is our all-in, what's in this proposed budget in terms of what would be appropriated for all of the county services. So this would be a $248 million budget. Compared to last year, the all-in number was about $220 million. And as I outlined in that budget message, a lot of the difference came down to some capital projects, specifically the Tri-County's Juvenile Hall project and the jail medical project that are kind of bumping up our overall recommended appropriation for this coming fiscal year. So if you take that $248 million and you break it down by function in a pie chart, this is kind of what it looks like, just to give the board a visual representation. So you have roughly 30% in the public protection category, another 30% in social services, and then land use would be your next largest chunk at just under 17%. So the general fund revenue, which is a portion of our overall revenue stream, What we wanted to show the board in this slide is just our trend. So we went back to 2013, 2014. That was kind of our low point from the previous high point, which was fiscal year 07, 08. And we've been on a steady climb since 2013 to present, and projecting that it continues to climb into 21, 22. Now, there was a bit of an anomaly in those two fiscal years, 18, 19, 19, 20. Those were associated with the tipping fees that we received as part of the campfire cleanup and the debris that was received at the landfill. But generally, if you look at this trend, we're running a little over 6% annually as far as an increase in general fund revenue. And so this is a pie chart kind of breaking down for this coming fiscal year that $38 million and what the revenue sources are that would generate that $38 million. The largest driver is our property tax, which actually is increasing by roughly about that same amount, or estimated to increase this coming fiscal year, or that 6% range. And then the VLF swap is another large chunk, and that is, the VLF stands for vehicle license fee, but it's really it's something that happened in the past where the county used to receive a larger portion of the property tax, and then the state worked its magic and came up with a formula where we, instead of receiving that larger portion of the property tax, we receive a portion of vehicle license fees. So there's a I think there's a long story to that one. We could probably spend a whole day just talking about what the state's done with property taxes. But essentially, that's another major component of our general fund. Sales tax, just under $5 million is what we're showing this year. And I want to note that that's just our 1% ad valorem. The Measure K, the additional 1%, is not included in any of the budget presentation today because that's still, unfortunately, in litigation. So although that 1% is collected by the consumers, it's placed into a separate fund, and it's not part of our operating funds. So it's held separately. TOT, the transient occupancy tax, that's something our voters approved a couple decades ago, taxed on hotel stays here, and so it's a revenue source. And then our franchise fees and other miscellaneous fees. The MOU is with the tribe, and that has an escalator each year, and it's going to bump up for this coming fiscal year by about $300,000. And then interest on our funds held. And the tipping fees are the, as I mentioned previously, that anomaly that we had in previous fiscal years from the campfire cleanup. The tipping fee is something that the county receives $4.40 for every ton of solid waste that's brought into the landfill. So you can kind of do some math to figure out that how many tons we're estimating in the coming year that'll be going into the landfill. And that's based on our discussions with Recology and looking at past trends. All right. So, anybody that's paying attention will notice that the number at the bottom is different than the number on my previous slide where we talked about $38 million. So I talked about the revenue that we expect to generate next fiscal year. But on top of that, we have general fund that we're anticipating isn't going to be expended this fiscal year, and that would be carried over to next fiscal year for us to use. And so this budget that's before you today, we're still not at a stage where we know the final number, but we're using our best guess. That's why it's an interim spending plan, and we go through this process to September. Our best guess is that we have approximately $4 million to work with that we will use to supplement the revenue we anticipate next year, so that our general fund that we're asking the board to appropriate is $42 million for next fiscal year. And so the categories that you see here are categories that the State Controller's Office has basically like a procedures manual for counties on how we should identify by function how we're appropriating the funds. And so I'll run through what each of these mean as far as public protection and general government, et cetera. But as you can see, nearly 3/4 of the general fund would be to public protection and just under 21% to general government. And then those other associated uses combined are roughly 5%. So I'll run through them for you. So public protection, the functions that are covered in this area, the district attorney's office, all of the sheriff's operations, probation, ag commissioner. And I did want to note, and I have it in parentheses there, building inspection and code enforcement are both included in public protection. However, neither one of those functions are proposed to receive any general fund next year. Building department has not received general fund in decades. They're a fee for service based department. And so they don't receive any general fund. Code enforcement has received some general fund in the past. For this coming fiscal year, there's not a recommendation that general fund is provided. They'll be operating off of their trust fund and funds being received through the Yuba Water Agency. And then the public defender function. So that grouping is your public protection group. General government, as you might expect, most of the functions here at the government center, as well as the library. And I'm not going to run through that whole list, but that's your general government group. Land use, as you expect, your parks, drainage, planning, public works, and the surveyor function. Health services, which you have your public health group, and you also have environmental health, which is within community development. And again, I just wanted to note, environmental health operates on a combination of state funding sources, fees for services, and health realignment funds, and for services that they provide to public health. And so that's a zero general fund function. Social services, you have the public guardian, and then the other social services functions, and then general fund contingencies, which we're recommending at $614,000 for the coming year, which is above policy level slightly. Let's see here, making sure I didn't miss anything notable there. All right. So this next slide, I just wanted to make sure the board, we had some perspective. As I mentioned, I went back to fiscal year 13-14. That was somewhat of a low point for the county as far as revenue and appropriation. And I wanted the board to see where we've invested those additional general fund dollars from the low point to what we're proposing for 21-22. So for general government, as you can see at the bottom there, over those 9 fiscal years, the increase is about $1.5 million. For public protection over that same time frame, just over $14 million. And so what this equates to in percentages over those 9 fiscal years, it's about a 20% increase to general government over the last 9 fiscal years. So you're looking at just over about 2% a year if you average that out. That's been invested in general government and increased appropriation. And then public protection during that same time frame, the investment has gone up about 80%. So you're looking at an average of about 9% a year in additional general fund that's been placed for public protection. All right, and I don't want to miss out on the non-general fund, some of the functions here. So there's a whole list of services that are provided in health and human services that are funded without the general fund. So you have essentially 99% of health and human services funded without the general fund. There's a very small portion of general fund dollars that goes towards that. Our child support services, that's a function where there's no general fund provided, and the funding that is provided has been a fixed amount for quite a few years, which obviously puts a pinch on those operations as costs increase and the revenue stays the same. And then community development and services. And I had mentioned previously, the building, code enforcement, environmental health do not receive a general fund, but planning, parks, surveyor, there's some functions, drainage, do receive some general fund allocation, which totals roughly 1% of that overall community development services budget. All right, saving for a rainy day. So the board made a strategic investment, I believe associated with that increased revenue back in 1819 and 1920 from those tipping fees to bolster not only our general reserve up to kind of a policy level, but also to create a separate, another reserve for economic uncertainty. And for this coming fiscal year, we're recommending that we keep those levels in place. All right, and actually this ties in a little bit with our census discussion earlier today. So the county has definitely grown. Going back to fiscal year 13-14 is another reference point. At the time, there was estimated 73,000 people in the county, and we had 893 positions allocated to serve those residents. And for this proposed budget in 21-22, we're recommending an allocation of 884 positions, and the population of the county is estimated at just over 79,000. So although the population of the county continues to increase, we're proposing that we're going to continue to provide services kind of at or below our overall employee headcount. Not that we wouldn't love to have more employees to provide more services, but my next part of the presentation talks about costs. And when you get down to costs per employee, it's difficult to be able to add employees to increase services at this point. So with that, I just wanted to keep that in mind. And then looking to the future, this is just a slide on new homes that have been built in Yuba County since 2014, the frame of reference. And the point of this slide is just that it has definitely been escalating the last few years, our rate of construction, and we anticipate that that 597 number is just through May. So we'll easily break 600 new homes in the current fiscal year, and we anticipate a similar rate of growth in 21-22. So the people continue to come to Yuba County. All right, so cost of operations. And the board heard a little bit under public comment today about this. That this is an area that we have a bit of uncertainty, and I want to highlight it. Typically, and the slide before you today is based on our most popular plan, PERS Choice. It's the plan that the benefits provided to our employees are based off of. And unfortunately, it's a plan moving into next year will not be offered by CalPERS. So we're in a situation where CalPERS currently has 3 PPO plans, and PERS Choice was the middle of the road plan. And they are eliminating that middle plan and just having the higher and lower plans available. They're kind of repackaging them. There's a lot going on there. And so what I want to bring to the board's attention in this interim spending plan is that we do have uncertainty on what our health insurance costs will be going into next year. We have provided a bit of a cushion in the proposed budget with an increase, but it's a bit of speculation because we still need to work through kind of finalizing what the PERS, the new plans will be, who as far as our employees would select either going up or down, and then also negotiating with our employees on how those benefits are paid for between the employer and the employee. So there's some moving pieces here, and we've built in a bit of a cushion for budgeting purposes that we hope will be able to accommodate that. But there is the possibility that by the time we get to the final budget, what we've budgeted isn't enough. So pension rates. This is another one where, and the board has seen these slides previously. They continue to rise, and just to kind of put it in perspective, for this year, for our miscellaneous and safety employees, there's an unfunded liability portion of this pension cost that needs to be paid to PERS annually. And for this fiscal year, we're looking at it, that costing about $13 million. So that's kind of built in to the rates and these percentages that are before you today. And PERS has already given us a schedule of what that they estimate that unfunded liability will be up, for the next few years. And looking out to like fiscal year 26, 27, they're estimating that will go from that $13 million mark to $17 million. So they're seeing that continue to climb. And unfortunately, that has a bit to do with PERS and how they're able to invest the funds they do have in the rate of return. And it's something where if you go back 20 years, right at 20 years after the dot-com boom, PERS at the time felt like their investment strategies were so robust that there was no unfunded liability. Everything was great and rosy. And the last couple decades, unfortunately, and rightfully so, they've become more conservative in their investment strategies. Unfortunately, that lowers their rate of return and then creates this deficit, this what they call the unfunded liability that they're asking the public employers to make up the difference. So just wanted the board to be aware of that as one of our cost drivers. Workers' compensation is another area in the county where it continues to rise annually, unfortunately. And we're estimating about $2.5 million for our workers' comp costs in the next fiscal year. Our liability insurance, this is another one where and this is an estimate that's in our proposed budget because Jill is still working with our insurance providers on that to kind of finalize costs. I get the impression that there's less and less insurers that want to insure public entities. At least that seems to be a theme. And so that's driving up costs, which are unfortunate. All right, so what I have before you today, just to kind of summarize, as I mentioned before, our recommendation of that $42 million in general fund, that we appropriate a little over 31 million of that to public protection, which would be consistent with what we've done in previous fiscal years. Our reserves and contingencies recommending that they be funded as shown today, and which are slightly above policy level. In the budget, we did, and this will be a whole topic in itself, the American Rescue Plan. The county will receive $15.2 million roughly through the American Rescue Plan. This funding, we have until December of 2024 to encumber the funds, and it'll come in waves. We'll receive half, and then the other half, I believe, within the next year, somewhere in there. And the U.S. Treasury is still, it's kind of interesting. Congress and the president acted quickly to push it through and get the money out, but then a lot of the details on how to spend the money, the Treasury Department is still kind of fumbling through trying to figure out what's allowable, what's not, what's the process. But what we have received so far as guidance from the Treasury Department, we're recommending a few items that are in the budget package. They total about $1 million, and they're really capital projects that are tied to improvements in our HVAC systems. to improve air quality, and they're coupled with grants we're receiving from the state to do those same projects. So that, I wanted to make sure the board was aware of that, but beyond the 1 million that we're recommending be appropriated in the budget, there's still 14.2 million for further discussion on how best to invest that and make a difference in Yuba County. So and I mentioned previously the 884 number, that's the number of positions that we're recommending be allocated across the departments for next fiscal year. And in the budget package, it was actually 885. And so we're recommending one less position, and it's in community development. It's a GIS specialist position. We're still working with human resources on that. GIS is a very important function to the county currently and into the future. And we just want to spend a little more time on that. And we'll work through that and bring forward a recommendation in the future. So what's before you today is we're recommending the 884 positions. And of those 884 positions, and this gets back to trying to fit within our means, that across 7 departments, there's going to be 15 positions that will be unfunded in the fiscal year. So really, we're funding. I'm doing the math real quick here. 869. Don't look at me. 869 positions. All right. So another item that is not in this budget, but is something that we'll work on and bring forward as part of the final budget process. It was mentioned in the board meeting earlier today. At the previous board meeting, the board entered into an agreement with the tribe to mitigate impacts of their expansion. Part of that is the tribe accelerating funds to the county to help with law enforcement in South County. So as part of that agreement, what it's going to result in is an additional $281,000 in this coming fiscal year that will be available to us. And so that is not budgeted yet, and that's something that we'll work through and bring forward a recommendation on how to appropriate that as part of the final budget. And then another item that's not in here, but is very important to the county, and we're working it through how best to recommend financing this, and that is a replacement of our financial system. That's been a project that the auditor, it's very near and dear to his heart. Yeah, and frankly to all of our hearts, because it's a very old system, and it's a system that is unsupported, and by the software vendor, and so now you're kind of an obsolete software. If something really goes wrong, how do you fix it? And we all rely on that system, and the system also it really lacks the disaster resiliency we'd like to have when things go south. You want something that's has some remote capabilities that the current system doesn't offer. So we're working through how best to fund that and move that project forward. And we'll bring forward some recommendations. We'll talk through it at the budget workshops, and as part of the final budget, we'll present a recommendation. Another item, and well, this relates to public comment as well today. We're still in negotiations. And as I mentioned with the healthcare in particular, but there's also other, cost impacts as well as, wages, for example, that are part of the negotiation. Those negotiations and the results of those negotiations, they're not in the proposed budget. So that's something that will need to be worked through. And then whatever those cost increase or decreases are will need to be brought forward as part of the final budget process. And finally, the $4 million that I mentioned early on, it is our fund balance carryover from this current fiscal year. That is an estimate. That's kind of our best guess based on what we think departments spent this fiscal year versus what was appropriated, and what's left over that we could use next year. And so as the fiscal year comes to a close and we finalize things, we'll have a more exact number, and then that will be brought forward as part of the final budget in September. And with, oh, that's right, I forgot about this slide. The county's strategic plan. So this is just something to kind of think through as we look forward to our budget workshops in August and then the final budget in September. This is, as I mentioned to the board earlier this year, the county's current strategic plan and the current 4 strategic priority areas, public health and safety, economic development, responsible growth, and organizational excellence, and kind of making sure that what's being proposed to be funded this coming fiscal year is in line with those priorities. All right, so what's being recommended today is that you accept this proposed budget that we just went over and adopt that proposed budget for next fiscal year as the interim spending plan, along with the position changes that are outlined in this proposed budget. And that we will move forward with budget workshops on August 10th and 11th. Not sure why I did that, but do we know why I did that, Mary? I'll click on that. Oh, there you go. That looks good. And then set final budget hearings for September 14th. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board has.
Questions from the board?
$4 million leftover overflow, was that from correct CARES Act funding that paid for other things, or why was there so much overflow?
No, that's a pretty typical process which is great, that although we have funds appropriated in each department, that our department heads do a good job of not spending every last dollar, right? And so this is essentially each year we have some savings that we can use for the following year.
You mentioned insurance and workers' comp. So the insurance has quadrupled over that period of time that you showed. And I assume that you guys shop it around. And so every county is undergoing the same situation, that their insurance is quadrupled. Or do we have claims that have caused it to quadruple, or what does make our county different?
Right. And our county is not different or unique. All counties are experiencing the increase. I'm not sure if all of the counties are at the exact rate of increase as Yuba County, but yeah, it's kind of an unfortunate situation that we're in.
So have we had claims that would cause the insurance to have gone up?
Maybe I'll put Jill on the spot if she doesn't mind. She's definitely our insurance expert, and we have had claims, but whether or not those claims have driven our costs to be out of the ordinary.
I can say that we have had claims that fund is used to pay settlements and lawsuits as well. It also depends on if we have claims within our deductible or above our deductible, and then also we are in a pool. So the state of California has been a really rough market in the property and liability market for a long time, and jury settlements are very, very high. So that is really resulting in very, very high markets.
Can we leave the pool?
Can you what?
Can we leave the pool and shop merely for only our county? Or is that something that has to be requisite that we're part of the pool?
We could certainly shop the market, but the market is not good, even outside the pool.
Okay.
Quick question. Who's the carrier for the comp?
We're with Prism, and we're with Prism for the primary workers' comp program and the excess workers' comp program. And there are several layers of insurance, and they're all provided by different entities. And so, for example, 0 to 10,000 is provided by one provider, and then above that, up to a certain corridor is provided by Chubb. And then we have different layers of authority above that.
So there's always sort of a game of reclassifying employees to try to get them into less.
We actually don't ever reclassify employees. We have to report annually on what class codes our employees are under. So we have to look at the requirements for each class code and make sure that each classification is properly classified. There are certain classifications that are safety and others that are non-safety. And so the rates for those levels of coverage are different. For example, there are a lot of presumptions under the safety program. There were new presumptions this year for COVID-19. All of those things make the market question what that's going to look like for them, and they raise rates. Whenever you have the presumptions for safety classifications, for example, when they add new presumptions or redefine certain presumptions, that means certain injuries are presumed to be work-related, and the sole cost of that would be borne by the program. So that's why those coverages go up.
Thanks.
On some of the funding, so some departments are self-funded. Some are funded directly via state in grants or payments. So the Health and Human Services has quite a large portion of the budget, but we still funded some small portions that are under that umbrella. And we can't move any of the money that comes from the state that's for the other elements under Health and Human Services, because even though we put it under that umbrella, it is not under the umbrella of that funding. Is that correct?
So, let me see if I can track all of that. So as far as, like, for example, taking money from social services and using it to pay for the district attorney's office. Like
Well,
moving
right, that's
across-
under Health and Human Services, but there were
Right.
some areas that were under HHS that we are funding.
Yes, there are some like maintenance of effort minimums that were established by the state years ago, and that's essentially what we're providing to Health and Human Services, is just the minimum required in order to receive the funds.
Okay.
From the state.
And so it's a requisite on our side to receive everything else. And then for code enforcement and the airport, there was no funding. Is the airport self-sustaining?
That is our goal, as that enterprise fund goes. It has needed help in the past, and as the board may recall, we moved Jason Copping, who was formerly with the Public Works Department. He took on the airport manager role a couple years ago. Unfortunately, then COVID hit, and we sidetracked him a little bit with the YES team, but that's his goal. Is to have a self-sustaining operation, and so he's been working towards that, making sure that we have. There's a lot of opportunity at the airport to be self-sustaining and for improvement, and I think we'll be able to get there.
All right, and then for code enforcement, there's still quite a bit of backlog on the projects that need to be completed, abatements, and moving forward. But there was no increase in budget for them. Is it thought that over the next year they're going to complete their entire backlog with the current budget?
I don't think you ever complete the entire backlog, but they are, as part of the budget, adding an additional officer. They've also been supplemented in partnership with the Sheriff's Department with 2 sheriff's deputies. It's associated with the funding through the water agency. So there's additional resources being focused into code enforcement through other non-general fund sources.
All right. So there wouldn't be any increase in productivity to increase the number of slots they have so that they can work through their backlog.
I'm not sure if Jeremy Strings here, he'd probably nod his head and say, I could always use more officers, right? But what I'm trying to balance, so Supervisor Fuhrer, I'm trying to balance out, there's every department has that same, like, I'd love to have a couple more people to do this or that. And unfortunately, I'm trying to be the gatekeeper and looking at the funds we actually have available and balance that out through the departments. But I understand that code enforcement is a priority. And that's something that we can definitely talk through. If, for example, if we go through this exercise and in September we find out that we have $4.5 million in fund balance instead of $4 million, then we can talk through how would we invest that $500,000.
Through the chair. Just a few comments. I want to make special note of the auditor, and I appreciate you using those beads and that string to do all your accounting. That really helps out a lot. You read through this manual, and what an eye opener. It should be required reading throughout the department. Department heads have been working on this and continue to work, I think, throughout the year to make all of this work. And it's not easy. As pointed out, there's never enough to get it all done, but we just keep working away at it. You just have to take a bite at a time. And of course, we will have that opportunity as a board to adjust and tinker with it a little, where the public safety and they need things done, and we're going to try to do that. So over the next couple of months, wherever we can supplement, I am all in favor. So it mandates us to really get involved in this huge document. But for every time you increase one, you decrease another. So you have to be careful. It's a fine balance. And staff has done an excellent job. I want to commend them for their work and the ability to work together through this budget to adjust as needed to make this county work. Being a representative of RCRC, I see counties that are struggling, really struggling. We are very fortunate to have our employees, our staff, the board, and we work together to accomplish what needs to be done. So I'm going to make the motion to approve this budget.
I thought that was a motion. Yeah, it was. Yeah, to the chair, through the chair. The employee count has pretty much been stable. There are no massive peaks and valleys. We don't have a lot of layoffs. We have people here that have been here for 30 years plus. You don't see that in all these counties. And the more we get out, like to RCRC or CSAC or other areas there, you look at what's happening there, and then you come back to Yuba County and you kiss the ground. Because as department heads, you all seem to row in the same direction. You're creative. We've done so much with so little, so long that we're pretty much can do anything with nothing. But it's just an amazing journey back here to a stable environment, which the staff and the department heads have provided for us. You have no idea what's happening out there with the different people. I've got a t-shirt that says the great Satan is the state of California, not each other. And if we could just build a wall around Yuba County, and even more important is we're only 74,000 people. We do so much here. And it's a great place to be. I'm just gonna have rose-colored glasses when it comes to talking about Yuba County. But I'd like to tell everybody, thank you. You make our job a lot easier.
So was that a second?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a first from Supervisor Fletcher. I have a second from Supervisor Vasquez. I just have a quick comment as well. I want to thank you, Kevin, and your office and your team and all the department heads for their work on this budget. I certainly understand that all departments have need of additional funding, and with that funding, they could do even more things for our residents. So I appreciate everyone working together to come to a place, right, where all the numbers line up, and we're pretty much living within our means. And so it's very important, and hopefully as revenues continue to grow, then we can continue to enhance those services that we provide. So I think that's the goal. So is there any public comment on this item? Okay. Seeing no public comment on this item, I'll call for a roll call vote, please. I don't think it was a public hearing.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Great, thank you. So correspondence is as listed on the agenda, and then we'll move on to board and staff member reports. So we'll start with Supervisor Vasquez.
I think we've all talked long enough. It's time for break here. I'll pass. Thank you.
Supervisor Blazer.
I just want to make a comment that I really appreciate the public communication, public comments when they come in, for people to take the time and present their view to us. That's actually very helpful and it's encouraging. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Supervisor Fuhr.
We're planning our garbage day for Olivehurst cleanup. So I look forward to staff's help in organizing that and the experience of people who have done it before. So that's going to be at the end of July. And then in regards to the correspondence letter from the Judge Barrier and the grand jury and their laptops, that had been brought up before, and we had given direction to move forward on that. I was wondering, have we have a successful completion for that? Excellent.
Okay. Supervisor Fletcher?
We all roll in the same.
So just a couple of quick items. This week I attended the RCRC meeting and had an opportunity to talk with Wade Crowfoot. He had some great comments about moving forward from the state to our counties. And the counties are suffering as a result of our forest and the fire potentials, water issues. And I asked him specifically to allow us a channel to get more attention to him, to the governor's office, which he agreed that would be appropriate. And we're going to be looking at clustering, specifically Yuba County, Butte County, Nevada County, Placer County, Sierra County, in a cluster that throughout the state, we all have similar, but we are also different. So within clusters, it makes more sense, and I'll be headed in that direction. I've asked RCRC staff to set those meetings, and they'll be coming shortly. The other, I thought, really important item that came out of our closed session meeting was the Board of Forestry, that on a unanimous vote that we took on the potential litigation against the state to slow the process down. We'll see how it all comes out, but it was really good to see that all of the counties agreed. You can only talk to a point when they won't listen. You have to do what you have to do to get the state's attention. So I found that very good.
Thank you.
And will you be closing on behalf of Hal Stalker today?
Yes. Yes. Council?
Nothing for me, thank you.
CAO Mallon?
Just a quick one, and I know there's some interest from the board on signatures, and so I was talking with Chikazi about we have more than just the physical signature, and doing it via stamp, but also electronic signature would be another form. And so we're going to take a look at our admin policies and procedures and see if there's an update needed there, so that we have some direction countywide on how to deal with original signatures other than the traditional ink on paper, right? And then so we'll bring that back to the board at a later date.
I know there's some discussion specific to the Board of Supervisors around that. Is what you're talking about. It sounds like it's related to that, but is it a little bit different than the discussion that's been going on with respect to the board and their signature specifically?
Right, and so you have I know the original conversation started with, well, what if we authorize someone other than yourself to stamp your signature on a document? Well, then you'd also have, as we talked through that, you also have the electronic version of that. What if you're authorizing a staff member to send something on your behalf with an electronic signature of yourself? Like, what would be the mechanism that we'd go through? And it's something that for departments as well. What direction are we going to give department heads? Is there a delegation of authority on that, on how to use that type of signature?
Would it be beneficial, at least from a board perspective, to have an ad hoc committee, at least, again, focus mainly on Board of Supervisor signatures to help with that?
If you'd like, it could just simply be the chair, or you can assign an ad hoc.
Okay. So I think I would like to assign an ad hoc, again, more looking just on the board signatures, not necessarily staff and the rest of the organization. And if they're willing, Supervisor Fuhr and Supervisor Blazer, I'd like to have you guys be on that committee. Are you both interested in that? Okay. So we'll establish an ad hoc committee to assist with that piece of it.
Well, to the chair, I like the personal touch myself. I think with the 70,000 people, they deserve the extra effort that it might might entail signing the documents themselves in blue ink.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely something the committee is gonna discuss. I don't disagree with you at all. The conversations that I've heard are really more around when that maybe isn't easily done. So maybe someone's out of town or those kind of situations might necessitate the ability to use a different way to get something signed if it's urgent.
Well, it
So-
reminds you of Obamacare, and if you have to sign it physically, you might take a chance and read it rather than just pass it so we know what's in it. So,
Well, thank you.
one man's opinion.
Anything else, CAO Mellon? Okay. So as already mentioned, we established an ad hoc committee. We will be adjourning today in memory of former Supervisor Hal Stalker. And then all 5 signatures. Yep, absolutely. And next up is a closed session. And then after the closed session, we'll actually recess until 1:30 p.m. for some cost account hearings. At that time, we will report out action from the closed session. So thank you very much. And we'll take a 5-minute recess before the closed session. Thank you.
Being recorded.
Regulate, right? Nobody wins.
Well, I'm not, I tried to, it was, if I had it.
We're going to go ahead and resume the Yuba County Board of Supervisors meeting. First, we will have report out from closed session. Council?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session, all members being present on items 65, 2021 and 322, 2021. No reportable action was taken on those items. That concludes the report out. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now we'll move on to the 1:30 p.m. items, the cost accounting hearing. And if a party to a hearing before the Yuba County Board of Supervisors seeks to challenge in court a decision of the board pursuant to Yuba County Ordinance Code 1.16.070 and California Code of Civil Procedure 1094.6, any application for judicial review of such decision must be filed in the appropriate court not later than the 90th day following the date on which the board decision was made. Mary, I assume we need to swear in some people for the hearings today?
Be participating? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony that you shall give in the matter now pending before the board shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to item 158, 2021, Community Development and Services Public Hearing, Cost Accounting Hearing to determine enforcement costs and penalties to be assessed against property located at 9019 Marysville Road in Oregon House and authorize special assessment and abatement lien.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Jeremy Strang with Code Enforcement. The officer that was assigned to this case is out of the office at this time, so you're just going to have me just in case there are some technical questions. Hopefully I've memorized our records enough to where I can answer those. If you give me just one moment, I'll get the PowerPoint up and begin.
Sure, no problem. You guys are getting really good at this Zoom stuff.
I don't know about that. All right, I think we've got to go here. Okay, again, Jeremy Strang with Code Enforcement. As stated, this hearing before your board today is a cost hearing to determine the enforcement costs and penalties for property located at 9019 Marysville Road in Oregon House. It's important that I bring to your attention at this time that this hearing involves only one property, but two cases. However, there's only one county-led enforcement action to abate nuisances as identified in both orders that were issued against this property. With that, this hearing is not an appeal hearing regarding the determination of a public nuisance. In the first case, an automatic appeal was provided to the property owner and a hearing was held before the Board of Supervisors. The board found that a public nuisance existed and ordered that those nuisances be abated. The property owner only partially abated the nuisance. In the second case, an automatic appeal was not provided, yet the property owners failed to exercise their right of appeal. Therefore, any questions related to the nuisances cannot be considered today and your decisions are essentially limited to whether or not the costs reflected in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable, whether those costs should be recorded as a lien, and whether or not the costs of enforcement should be placed on the tax bill as a special assessment. So please accept my written staff report today as a portion of my testimony. As always, I believe the information contained in that staff report is sufficient for you to arrive at your decision today. I have a PowerPoint prepared for you that will cover some of the highlights of the case and the violations that we saw. For each of these cases today, the four hearings that we have, I will cover these, the factors to consider in your discretionary review. That is the danger to public health, safety, and welfare, the culpability of those involved, the willfulness of the violation, the effect of the violation on surrounding properties, reasonableness of corrective action, recidivism, and credibility of testimony. I think as I go through our slides today, you're going to find this property familiar. That's because this property has been subject to marijuana enforcement on multiple occasions. And as you may also recall, the property owner appeared before your board at our last board meeting. That's Mr. Bennett, here to my right, to your left, to discuss previous enforcement actions and outstanding liens. I think that you're also going to find that all of these discretionary factors that we're discussing today will play a part in your decision. So a little complicated. Back in October of 2017, we issued our first notice in order to abate. We were on the property pursuant to a criminal warrant, not an inspection warrant. Again, there was an automatic appeal that was provided that was heard by your board on November 15th of 2017. And orders were made. A second order was issued on September 12th of 19. The reason for that delay was the property owner was attempting to comply with the original orders, but again, fell short. Upon more complaints and research, we discovered additional marijuana on the property. The appeal period for the second order expired on September 22nd of 2019, and then in February of 2020, code enforcement oversaw the abatement of the nuisances. Those nuisances are marijuana. So this property, again, has a history of cultivating large amounts of marijuana. This is representative of what we discovered during the 2 criminal warrants that were executed at different times that resulted in 2 different notices and orders. This is another view of additional marijuana. I believe the power had been removed from this property because there was no legitimate legal dwelling, and there were a variety of hazardous electrical conditions. Generator was subsequently brought in. That's a picture of it. I believe this marijuana was the second notice and order. This picture represents, you can see irrigation lines. You can also see extension cords being used in lieu of permanent wiring over dry grass, which creates fire hazards. Another view. This is just a representative view of the property. The mobile home there on the left was not permitted. There were other mobile homes brought in. They had been removed by the property owner. After our abatement, everything was removed from the property. This is where the mobile home sat. This was an area where large amounts of marijuana were discovered. So the accounting today, $106,239.66. It's important that I mention to your board that you'll see the 2 administrative penalties where we allowed them to accrue and then essentially paused them and then allowed them to accrue again. Our office, due to a variety of factors, was unable to fully go forward with an abatement. And therefore, if we weren't able to act, we didn't feel that it was appropriate to impose that penalty during that time on the property owner. So had the penalties been imposed and allowed to accrue per ordinance, it would have been in excess of $1.1 million. We reduced that amount to what we felt your board might find appropriate. Certainly your board has the ultimate decision authority as it relates to the administrative penalty and how it's imposed. So again, $106,239.66. I've prepared findings of fact, conclusions of law, and orders for you regarding this case that are consistent with my recommendations. And so with that, I would ask that you adopt those findings, conclusions, and orders. Find that the enforcement costs and penalties as exhibited in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable. Order that the enforcement costs in the amount of $27,839.66 be placed as a special tax assessment on the tax roll,
in order that the enforcement costs and penalties in the amount of $106,239.66 be recorded as an abatement lien. With that, will answer any questions that you may have.
I will open the public hearing and add what you said in your staff report to the public hearing as well. So are there questions from the board?
Yes, through the chair. The first abatement action order, fell short. What was ordered and how did it fall short?
There was a lot there. Again, this property, the nuisance hearing, if the board will allow, I think I have the appeal hearing that I brought, and let me share that with you a little bit, because I want to be cautious of certainly of not opening the gates to whether or not a nuisance existed.
Okay.
It's really a matter of what the abatement action was, and for some reason I'm not getting a full screen here to bring that up. You can see this hearing, is that correct?
Yeah.
Can we wait until we get public comment and then ask questions to clarify? Would that be better?
We could do that if you like.
Okay.
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 Do we have additional testimony on this item?
Yes. You're talking about the year of 2017, right? 2017. Year of 2017. At that time, we had Charnel James. She was our basically property lawyer. That's the person that was representing me at the time. I didn't know nothing about nothing, so I'm underneath her guidance and her like knowledge and stuff like that. The expired appeal was 2018, Jeremy said. At that time, I wasn't present. She never informed me what an appeal hearing was. She just told me that I didn't have to show up. As you can see, I'm here, flesh and flesh. So if I'm being led by her and told what to do by my lawyer that's being paid, and I don't know if you guys heard about Charnel James, but I'm not the one to throw somebody underneath the bus, but she's been like stripped from her bar, from her license to represent people. So like I said before, if I'm paying somebody to represent me and to do their due diligently, I don't know what's going on. She's handling every legal aspect of this. So I feel like I just been red-handed and blindsided with the whole 2017, 2018 saga about the abatement that's going on in that era. So that's why I've been paying every property taxes except that one, because I'm not saying I was right, but I'm not saying I was wrong for taking legal actions. I wasn't just representing the right way. And I felt like her being a native of the county and knowing what's going on is like she just threw me underneath the water, like just to swim or drown, not knowing. Well, I'm Javon Bennett, the owner, not knowing at the time what's really at hand, what's really at stake. This is a job she have to do. You're getting paid to do your job. I expect you to do your job at your best. I expect you to tell me the truth. I'm your client. This is something that I expected. But as you can see, I'm the one that's cleaning up the mess right now. I don't have no money for no lawyer this time around. I'm representing myself. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, I'm not asking for much. I'm just asking for fairness. That's all it is. 2017, it's been a lot going on too. It's like, if I'm talking about that year in the case, it's been times I don't have video proof, but I'm here to tell the truth. You can ask Jeremy, code enforcement. He had a code enforcement officer go by Chris Monaco. It's been times he's dealt with us, me and other people that was there, very aggressively, like we were basically criminals. You could check my background. I never had no type of criminal history with nothing. So the way he dealt with us, the way his wording, it's been an occasion that he said racial things towards us and told his boss. And I'm like, yo, what's going on? So it's just like a lot of It's a lot of pull and give and pull been going on in 2017, 2018. So that's what I have to say about that case in 2017, 2018.
Thank you. Okay, back to the board for questions.
I do, and through the chair, if I might respond to some of what Mr. Bennett has provided your board. Keep in mind, this 2017 case was a second case. There had already been an administrative action in 2016 for marijuana cultivation, where Mr. Bennett and his partners and associates were found to be in violation of the Yuba County ordinance. It resulted in a large lien that was placed against that parcel. So, the issues raised with an attorney that was unable to, cut him loose from whatever responsibility the ordinance would hold for him, it doesn't have any weight. It was, we have recidivism here on many levels, and the facts speak to that, because every time we went, we found marijuana. And every time we went, we found more violations. That is in 2016, 2017, and then again in 2019. And to your question, Supervisor Fuhrer, so this on your screen there is essentially November was the appeal hearing that went before the board at that time. It identified the property lines. It identified the grow areas. And I'm just going to quickly go through this. It talked about unpermitted structures that had been brought onto the property. What's represented there are hoop-style greenhouses where marijuana was being cultivated, not out in the open, but under protection. There were 2 unpermitted mobile homes that were brought in. There were inoperable vehicles. There was hazardous electrical. And so Mr. Bennett did, after the 2017 hearing, did take action to remove one of the unpermitted modulars that had been brought in subsequent to an action already, where he knew that you had to get permits in order to make improvements on the property. He did remove greenhouses. He did attempt to remove inoperable vehicles, but again, fell short of all of the orders that the board had put forth as it related to the marijuana cultivation. Again, as we worked with Mr. Bennett through that time, we come back in 2019 with another criminal warrant and find more marijuana on the property. And so again, that's what led to the final abatement of all nuisances that was officially performed.
Can I get the recommendation page?
Yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
How big is the grow? Is it like 100 plants or?
They were in excess of 100 plants each time, yes, I believe. The orders in 17 and 19 will have them. Give me one moment. I can confirm 101 plants on the order in 2019.
234 in 17.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we got all that.
I can say something.
So
I can say something.
have the
And by the way,
recommendation
I was
here.
trying to be legal the whole time. Before they had came and raided us, we had binders of legal documentation, trying to grow the legal way, trying to do everything the legal way. Everybody there had scripts. We was never criminals. Like I said, nobody that was there had a criminal record, not even a parking ticket.
Through the
So
chair.
it wasn't like somebody was trying to do certain things the wrong way. I understand I'm not a native of this area, but I seek legal actions and legal representation from 2 different identities of people that misrepresented me and guided me in a different path. Even the 2019 that Jeremy spoke on, I wasn't even in this state to begin with. I was never even present. The whole to be honest, I was fighting for my freedom because I even had a documentation to prove right here. Me and my girlfriend, we got attacked. My girlfriend, myself, and her mother got attacked, and somebody tried to kill me and my girlfriend. My girlfriend got stabbed, and I had to protect myself. Later on, a warrant was issued for my arrest. You can see the state of Massachusetts dropped all charges. I was charged with attempted murder and everything. They dropped every charges on me. So I don't still to this day, still haven't had no criminal record. So it's a lot going into it. I don't have the binders to represent and show you guys because they came instead of an abatement issue. Every case that been dealt with us have been treated as a criminal warrant. This is a public safety issue. We're in a civil court. I don't see no grand jury or nothing like that. This is, you know what I'm saying? So the process is dealt with differently. For what? I do not know why. We had scripts there. Everybody had their scripts there. We had binders that was trying to trying to take the legal pathway. I'm not name dropping or nothing like that, but I know it's a lot of people around here don't take those legal direction trying to do the right thing. Because there's no way you could try to do the right thing and do bad. It's either gonna be bad and be bad. It's either you're gonna be good or be good. So that's all I have to say pertaining the marijuana grow and so on and so forth. I cut my losses. As you can see, Jeremy could tell you, I haven't been trying to come to California too much like that, unless it's trying to get the property rehabilitated and trying to do the right thing. For the past, how many years since you guys have abated the property for probably since like 2018, because I have documentation showing that the whole 2019, 18 era, I was never there. My freedom, I was fighting for my freedom. I was literally fighting for my freedom. So ever since then, Jeremy said, like, he's right. I've been trying to take the right steps, trying to abate everything, but I live in a different state. I'm trying to get me and my sister trying to work with people from over here, friends that I meet, and trying to do the right thing. It was a bulldozer at the property, a bulldozer or something like that, that was there at the property too, that was supposed to clean up the property. A contractor, that guy, he's pissed at me too. He came down to the county too, demanding his property back or even to get reimbursed for his property that was there. They confiscated that. He could come. I wish he had the time now to come down and testify and show like it was legal. Like I was just trying to do the right thing. Because after a while, like I'm not no dumb person. Sometimes you just gotta pull your socks up and just call it a day and and just move on. Like I said, I came to California when I was 23. I'm 28 right now. I'm going to be 29. I had a full head of hair. I had a better health, stuff like that. All this is causing me is just a bunch of problems that I feel like it's just, it felt like it's a politic problem that I kind of got into without trying to get into, because it's like when you, for example, you start at school and you a new kid in the school, you befriend the wrong people. And you guilty by association sometimes.
Okay. Additional questions,
All right.
comments from the board?
No?
I have a clarification question. So the maximum plants is 6, correct?
The current ordinance allows for 6 personal use plants indoors, and you must meet the definition of indoors.
So back in, was it 16, 17, 18? You had 101.
That's correct.
Outdoor, so what's the outdoor regulation?
Zero outdoor.
0.
And being in a hoop style greenhouse did not meet and does not meet the definition of indoors, and therefore would not qualify for an indoor
So at the
cultivation.
first code enforcement, when he had 100, it was explained that he should have had 0.
Technically, that was the second, because the first was in 2016.
That's right, okay.
Mhm.
So then the one after that was over 200, right?
234, I believe. Yeah, it was at 101 and 17.
Right,
And then
yeah.
200.
So they should have been well aware of what the rules were.
They were.
Yeah, all right,
This is not rules.
thanks.
Absolutely.
Okay. Through the chair, I'd like to go ahead and make the recommendations to adopt, find of fact, conclusions of the law and orders as written, and find the enforcement costs and penalties as exhibited in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable. Order that the enforcement costs in the amount of $27,839.66 be placed as special tax assessment on the property tax roll. In order that the enforcement costs and penalties in the amount of $106,239.66 be recorded as an abatement lien with the county recorder.
Second. Okay, I have a first from Supervisor Vasquez and a second from Supervisor Fletcher. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhrer,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Okay, next we are going to move on to item 254, 2021, Community Development and Services, Public Hearing, Cost Accounting Hearing to determine costs of abatement to be assessed against property located at 6025 Alpine Way, Marysville, California, APN 020054002, and to authorize a special tax assessment and abatement lien, and I will open the public hearing.
Wait, I just got one question. That's the overall taxes or that's for like?
Mr. Bennett, we can discuss after the series of hearings with you what occurred. There's another hearing on the table at this
I
time.
know that, but I'm just
We'll,
asking.
we'll discuss it after they can provide the specifics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Jeremy Strang, Code Enforcement. As stated, the hearing before your board is a cost accounting hearing to determine the administrative and summary abatement costs for property located at 6025 Alpine Way in Linda. This hearing is not an appeal hearing regarding the determination of a nuisance. In this instance, and this is an older case, forgive me, but these things sometimes slip through the cracks. There were two separate actions to summarily abate conditions from the property that were deemed to be imminent health and safety hazards. We had a previous code enforcement action against that property that with a notice and order that had raised the home, the dwelling that was on the property, as well as other junk, trash, and debris. During that action, we discovered that the property owners were deceased. Also during that action, no party of interest came forward to take responsibility for the property. So as new citizen complaints were received about violations, code enforcement staff took immediate action to summarily abate those nuisances. Your decisions today are the same three, is that whether or not the costs reflected in the accounting are accurate and reasonable, whether or not the costs should be placed on the property tax bill as a special assessment, and whether or not a lien should be recorded. So please accept my written staff report today as a portion of my testimony. With that, I'll go through the violations that were discovered on the property. So here we go here. Your factors that you need to consider today, again, danger to public health, safety, and welfare, culpability, willfulness, effect of those violations on surrounding properties, reasonableness of corrective action, recidivism, and credibility of testimony. So on March 7th, 2016, is it not sharing? Oh.
You might have to stop the previous share up at the top and reshare again, because it might be still sharing the old presentation.
Got it. Share. So I wonder if this is why, because it goes here. Is this all you can see? Yes. Are you able to see that?
The board can see, but I'm not so sure. I don't know that there's any public online, but I don't think they can see.
Let's see here.
Yeah, you have to open up the PowerPoint and then share it's the PowerPoint window that you need to share when you click.
So there's that.
Got to open a PowerPoint.
Here we go. Now we're going to share. There's the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Share.
So now you should be good.
Aha.
It's got the magic line around the window there.
Okay. So we went through that. So here are the dates. March 7th, 2016, received a citizen complaint. We abated the nuisance on June 13th. Then again, another complaint in September of 2017, and took summary action in December of 2017. Our office doesn't normally or regularly do summary actions. It depends on circumstances, the extent in which the violations present. What summary abatement means is that all other formal actions taken by the county are not necessarily put into play. So noticing requirements are not required based on the immediacy of the danger. So the first abatement, this is what we discovered. Again, there was a house on this property. There wasn't at this time. We had vegetation, we have junk, trash, and debris that was being dumped. Just another view. So we cleaned that, that junk and debris. This is what the property looks like. And then the second abatement, again, we have more dumping. And this was the cleanup crew. And this is after the second abatement. The accounting are the inspections that we performed, and then contractor reimbursement for a total amount of $10,282.04. There are no penalties. There was no notice and order associated with this. With that, we're asking that you adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and orders that I've drafted that are consistent with these recommendations. Find that the administrative and abatement costs as exhibited in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable. In order that those costs in the amount of $10,282.04 be placed as a special tax assessment. And order that a lien be recorded in the same amount. With that, any questions your board may have?
Any additional testimony on this item? Okay, any board questions?
No. I'll make the motion to adopt the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and orders as written, and find the administrative and abatement costs as exhibited in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable. Order that the administrative and abatement costs in the amount of $10,282.04 be placed as a special tax assessment on the property tax roll. Order that the administrative and abatement costs and penalties in the amount of $10,282.04 be recorded as an abatement lien with the county recorder.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first from Supervisor Vasquez, a second from Supervisor Fletcher. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor,
And I'll close the public hearing as well, sorry.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes,
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
great, thank you. Now we will move on to item 255-2021, Community Development and Services Public Hearing, Cost Accounting Hearing to determine costs of abatement and penalties to be assessed against property located at 6219 and 6225 Farrell Way in Linda, the APN of 021-022-017, and to authorize a special tax assessment and abatement lien. I will open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Chair. Again, Jeremy Strang with Code Enforcement. Another complicated hearing before your board. For the record, again, this is a cost accounting hearing, as stated, to determine the administrative and abatement costs for property located at 6219 and 6225 Farrell. It's important that I bring to your attention that this hearing involves, again, only one property and one case. However, there are two separate enforcement actions. This hearing is not an appeal hearing regarding the determination of a public nuisance. No appeal was filed, and therefore any questions related to that cannot be considered as our decision and determination are final. So your decisions today, are the costs reflected in the accounting accurate and reasonable? Should the administrative and enforcement costs be placed as a special tax assessment on the property? And should all costs, including penalties, be recorded as a lien? Please accept my written staff report as a portion of my testimony, and I will go through the PowerPoint to illustrate what we discovered and what the orders were that resulted in our accounting of costs. So for the record, again, the factors to consider The discretionary factors are the same with all: danger to public health, safety, and welfare, culpability, willfulness, effective violation on surrounding properties, reasonableness of corrective action, recidivism, and credibility of testimony. So kind of a complicated timeline here. Back in June of 2018, we issued an order for a partially burned structure. I will show you those pictures. That was a nuisance. It was vacant. No one was caring for the property. The appeal period expired in July of 2018, and we began the administrative penalty in October of 2019 as we were unable to take action immediately. Then I believe that we did perform that abatement. You can see July 10th through the 13th of 2020, we were able to perform the abatement. But we discovered that in March 16th of 2020, we had to issue a second order, and that's because we had a substandard and dangerous home people were living in. We ordered that home vacated and issued a notice in order to abate. The administrative penalty associated with that order was imposed on February 17th and followed until the abatement was complete in March of 2021. COVID did play a part in this particular case as we ordered the unit vacated and had limited staff to actually perform abatements. So that's kind of some of the lag associated with this. This is the first notice and order. You can see the condition of the property. There on the left of your screen, you'll see a green dwelling. That was subject of our second notice and order. Again, both on the same parcel. This was the condition of the property. There was junk, trash, and debris. Another view. So one abatement resulted in the cleaning of the property. The second abatement was again pursuant to this home that was cited as having substandard conditions and in fact was uninhabitable. It was posted as such. The renters were issued a notice to vacate, and we sought relocation assistance from the property owner with no response. Also some junk, trash, and debris, inoperable vehicles. I believe that the tenants at some point moved out of the home and moved into a recreational vehicle out back. This was the result of the second abatement. The property was clean. It is substantially in this condition today. However, we do have some illegal dumping that does occur and had somebody else set up camp, which we work with those. The accounting today, $70,582.20. And that also represents an administrative penalty for the first order of $25,700 and a second of $2,408, as well as contractor costs. What we're asking is I have, of course, drafted findings of fact, conclusions of law and orders that are consistent with my recommendation today. We're asking that you find that the administrative and abatement costs and penalties as exhibited in that cost accounting are accurate and reasonable. Order that the administrative and abatement costs in the amount of $42,474.20 be placed as a special tax assessment, and order that all costs, including penalties in the amount of $70,582.20 be recorded as an abatement lien at the recorder's office. With that, any questions that you may have?
So before questions, is there any additional testimony on this item? Okay, seeing none, board questions? Okay, entertain a motion then, and I'll close the public hearing.
Randy?
Be glad to. I make a motion that we adopt the findings and facts, conclusion of law and order as written, find that the administrative abatement cost penalties as exhibited in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable, in order that the administrative abatement costs in the amount of $42,474.20 be placed on a special tax assessment on the property tax roll, in order that the administrative abatement costs penalties in the amount of a total of $70,582.20 be recorded as the abatement lien with the county recorder.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, first from Supervisor Fletcher, a second from Supervisor Vasquez. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhrer,
Yes.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Great, thank you. Moving on to item 256, 2021, Community Development and Services, public hearing, cost accounting hearing to determine enforcement costs and penalties to be assessed against property located at 1854 8th Avenue in Olivehurst, APN 013180016, and authorize a special tax assessment and abatement lien. I will open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Jeremy Strang. Last hearing for today. For the record, as stated, this hearing before your board today is a cost hearing to determine the enforcement costs and penalties for property located at 1854 8th Avenue in Olivehurst. This hearing is not an appeal hearing regarding the determination of a public nuisance. Because an appeal was not timely filed, that determination is final and any questions related to the nuisance cannot be considered. Again, for the record, your decisions today are limited to whether or not the costs and penalties as reflected in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable, whether those costs should be placed as a special tax assessment, and whether all costs should be recorded as a lien. So please accept my written staff report as a portion of my testimony. I believe that staff report contains the information necessary for you to make your decision today. I have a PowerPoint for you today to cover the highlights of the case, and we'll go through some of the violations. As with all of our hearings, the factors to consider include, but are not limited to, the danger to public health, safety, and welfare, culpability of those involved, the willfulness of the violation, the effect of the violation on surrounding properties, reasonableness of corrective action taken, recidivism, and credibility of testimony. So at September 18, 2019, we issued a notice and order to abate public nuisance. I believe this order was pursuant to an inspection warrant as stated in my staff report. On September 20th, 2019, we commenced the administrative penalty. September 28th, the appeal period expired. And October 6th, we received pictures from the property owner showing voluntary abatement was complete and the violations were removed. Therefore, we ceased the accrual of the administrative penalty. This is a marijuana case. This is a view of the property, essentially from the right-of-way. This was the marijuana that was discovered pursuant to the warrant. Another view. There was also hazardous electrical on the property. This is one view of that. Junk, trash, and debris not being properly stored. And then this is the picture sent to us from the property owner after the marijuana was removed. It's important that in your decision today, as we look at this, that you understand that prior to this action, there was a nuisance abatement for marijuana cultivation the previous year in 2018, approximately 1 year prior to this case. So recidivism will play a consideration in your decision. When by ordinance, when we receive another case or another complaint and we issue another order on a case within 18 months, the administrative penalty by ordinance doubles. I will tell you that in this particular case, that was overlooked by staff. Unfortunately, we discovered that error, but we did not insert it into this case. So as you review these, the administrative penalty imposed was $5,800 per day. And again, that clerical error should have been double, so $11,600 per day. The previous case had 74 plants, and after a cost hearing, there was a lien recorded for $65,320.30. This particular case, and I just want to make sure that I'm giving the right number, had 46 plants. Same owner, same cultivator. So there was no action by the owner to remove that person that created the violation initially. And the cultivator, again, grew a marijuana plant. So $54.88 to abate the nuisance for $92,800. That is the first year rate, not the doubled rate. And I have prepared findings of fact, conclusions of law and orders for your board that are consistent with these recommendations. I would ask that you adopt those findings, conclusions, and orders. Find that the enforcement costs and penalties as exhibited in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable. Order that the enforcement costs in the amount of $5,354.88 be placed as a special tax assessment, and order that all costs, including penalties, in the amount of $98,154.88 be recorded as an abatement lien with the county recorder. With that, any questions you may have.
Is there additional testimony in this case? You may go ahead.
My name is Bolahan Sarumi, the property owner in this case. And as I stated previously at the first hearing, where I was denied continuous because the major witnesses were not available. Most of the reports and allegations, they were false and can be contested. So I'm going to save the time of the board by not going into too much detail. But I'm going to caution, it's not a threat, that there are agencies involved in this case. Section 8. Here's my rental agreement. Well specified. No drug activities. I don't condone it. When it was brought to my attention, we made an attempt to remove the tenant. Section 8 said you can't do that. They have nowhere to go. So Section 8, which is a government agency, will be brought into the case. So there will be litigation coming up. And I don't want to go into too much detail other than to specify that I was not involved in the abatement that being specified. I did not profit from it. And I don't think I need to be held accountable other than to impose action to remove the tenant. And finally, we got an eviction on the tenant. It wasn't easy. So based on that, I want to save the board the time into going into further detail other than to specify that the witness, the key witness, because I was out of town most of the time. She was Miss Samantha Adams here, is local, and she witnessed the removal of, the problem they had at the property because we don't tolerate it. And for the gentleman to say, I did not take action, and I hope you have it on record, to remove the tenant, that's false. And then there are some date discrepancy in what they have stated. I even made a trip to his office. If you remember, I was there, I spoke with him, I said, we need to do something about this. And some other issues that the counties also failed to take action. When you have a code enforcement, when they go to a property, it cannot be one-sided. They have culvert at the property that I hurt my knee, I have medical issues. So this case is going to take a dramatic turn. I work for my money. I don't capitalize on lawsuit or whatever. So you guys have a claim here, I got a claim on the collateral damages. And also, Ms. Samantha here will testify that a sheriff of this county came to my property, ran into the property. I didn't take action because I figured they're doing a good job to, keep the county said, the area said. Ms. Samantha, can you testify to what you know about the removal of the briefly? Keep it simple, okay? Because she was the key witness when I came to make my case. I was denied that opportunity. And I think that was wrong. I requested a continuance. So will you briefly state what you saw? And with regard to the sheriff that ran into my property, and you guys said, take action. I said, no, because I don't believe in it. I work for my money. And my money, if anybody tries to take it, I'll take it to Washington. I'm a fighter. It's not a threat. because I think this case is not legitimate, and I will fight. I was before the board of, before the grand jury when Bill Clinton was being prosecuted, interrogated during the Monica Lewinsky. I thought he was telling the truth. I supported him to the tune of $73,000. I don't know the man. And when I knew that it was something, all the senators got my letter, and it played a key factor in that case. So when I believe I'm innocent, I will fight. Take action legally. I don't, I'm not a violent person for it. But this is very painful because the gentleman just claimed that I didn't take any action against the tenant. That is false. I have a sheriff department, release right here. But like I said, I'll save it for the future because we got cases coming, collateral damages. I wrote a letter and handed it to him. I said, we got a problem with this property. Why did you just come for, you're code enforcement. You came to the property to just look at my aspect, which is fine. I support it. But what about the county? It's sitting with no sidewalks and stuff. We will get to that. And cover that I hurt my knee, my ankle. So that can go for record. This case and the charges are invalid. Case goes. Now, you go ahead and testify with what you saw with regard to the sheriff, which we might have on camera, and, briefly. Okay. And the dates discrepancy.
I don't remember the date for the sheriff backing up into the garage. And I know it wasn't.
Could you just state your name for the record, please?
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Samantha Adams. As far as the dates for the marijuana cultivation in this particular case, I know he was not notified prior to September 20th. He was not, you can't serve somebody that's not in the country, or sorry, I believe a certified letter had been mailed, but he was not in the country. Obviously, myself just being property manager, nobody's gonna notify me from the county. But nobody was notified in that legal regard prior to September 20th for us to even know that there was an issue. When I did find out, it was, I wanna say around the 26th or 27th. And at that point is when I stepped in and was like, hey, this is a problem. I know I personally had reached out to the code enforcement office to try to schedule for an inspection to be done. Obviously, it wasn't on the 20th. I understand that. I didn't get any return call or this is when it can be scheduled. The October 6th pictures are when he was back in town and we were actually able to gain entry to the property. Unfortunately, the gate was kept locked. I can't climb the fence at my own personal safety. And that's, it was removed. I know it was prior to October 6th.
You guys removed it, right?
My husband and I were present when it was removed.
And we evicted it.
What day did you remove it on?
It was after the 27th, and I wish I had, so my laptop is sitting at my house, and then I don't want to give a false date. I'm just not going to stand here and lie about it. I don't know the exact date. I know the October 6th because that's when the pictures were taken and sent. I have copies of the pictures, but I can't unfortunately tell you the exact date, but I know we weren't notified in time to have been able to remove it on September 20th to have somebody out.
And as I stated before, this is not a time and place for litigation. We'll address those when we go down the line. Section 8, county, planning, and everybody will be involved. Then we address it. If there's justice, there's no doubt in my mind. I will achieve it, because I've done nothing wrong.
So I have a question as well, sir. I certainly understand that evictions take time and can be difficult. I was curious if in 2018 it was the same tenant that lived there, and if you started the eviction process after the incident in 2018, or if you started that in 2019 after the second incident.
Like I said, I don't want to misrepresent. All the documentations were there. And when the eviction was going on, I notified the code enforcement, and we even ran into an impedance. And she can testify to that. Section 8 made a call to their office, code enforcement. We couldn't get anybody. Samantha also made a call to the way I see it is because, you guys are innocent. You don't know what's going on out there. He doesn't even know. It relies on field people that brings the report in. We have to be very, very careful in approaching this. I've lost a lot of money in my lifetime, but if I'm going to lose it, it has to be legitimate. You want to take my money? You better be prepared to present what is going on there. Because like I said, it's not a threat. Senators or whatever representative will take it all the way to Washington. This administration needs to be studied, and there will be what we call, what is it? Interrogatory sent out. Past cases will be reviewed. Is there fairness and proper justice being levied to the community? I am a thermostat and not a temperature. A thermometer. Meaning, if something is wrong and I feel it's wrong, we got to address it and correct it.
In regards, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
In regards to the timing, it looked like the first notice was on the 26th and then the administrative penalty started on the 28th. So there's like a 2-day gap. Did I misread that?
No, you did not. So the administrative penalty would only begin to accrue on the date in which the order must be complied with. And then once we verify compliance, we would then cause the penalty to stop accruing.
Is 2 days normal for the requirement?
That's a very good question. It depends on the number of plants. So if it's a large number of plants, say over 100 plants, we would allow 3 days for abatement. If it were less than that, we would allow 2 days. And if it were just a small number of plants, say under 12, we would expect that it'd be done either in front of us or within 1 day. In this instance, it was 2 days. The penalty started after that, and we ceased the penalty on October 5th because we had looked at the photograph and it showed a date stamp of October 5.
And the date that they receive the notice is given by letter, certified letter, or how is the notice given?
By ordinance, the order is posted on the property. It would be personally served if the violator and or owner were present. And then we're also mailing by certified with return receipt and first class. So 2 different mailings that occur.
Is it credible? Is there any exculpatory situation where it's not believable or it's not credible that in fact they did not have notice until later, and then as soon as they did have notice, they immediately went out? Is there any reason to believe that isn't the case according to their testimony?
I would defer to maybe legal counsel, but no, I don't know that anything presented today would lead me to believe that they did not know or should not have known.
There's nothing in the record or anything contained in our record that's been provided by the owner that would indicate that, besides the testimony he's provided here today.
Okay, so we have no reason to think that their testimony is not valid and true, that they did not know until a certain point, and then as soon as they knew, they took action.
Well, so when you're talking about actual notice and what they knew, I can't say that as to when he received that notice. The code does require the 2 mailings, and they were provided with those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions from the board?
Just to be clear, the penalty could have been $92,000 more, right? Didn't you say that was underassessed?
I did not do the calculation, but yes, by ordinance, it should have been $200 per violation per day. The penalty that was assessed was $100 per violation per day. So yes, it could have been double.
Yeah, because you have the total is 92,800, so,
Correct, it would have been another 92,800
yeah,
more.
okay.
One more question for the property manager. How did you become aware?
I became aware because she actually happened to come into my place of employment and tell me.
Okay, so the
It
owner
wasn't-
received the notice, and then at some point, she came and told you.
She came, I can't testify to when he received it.
Sure.
I received verbal notice from her, which was
The
closer to
tenant.
the 27th.
When you say her, the
Yeah,
tenant.
sorry, the tenant.
The tenant.
I do apologize. And it like, I'm at my place of employment as far as.
Sure.
I work at Walmart also. So I'm at Walmart. I'm not
Right.
in that role. And it just, I had to wait to even be able to do anything until after I got off work.
Absolutely.
Which was 11 o'clock because I was working closing shifts at the time. So it was technically the next day that I was able to even try to go over there and yeah.
Thank you.
So one more question. So the landowner's appeal process, should he decide to go that route, how does that work? If he,
Appealing what's occurring today.
yeah,
I believe it's stated in the directions council probably.
Yeah, it would be a writ petition, a petition for writ of mandate to the Superior Court.
so there is a process.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
And it has been tried and tested.
Yep.
Through the chair, can I get a point of clarification just for my own? Can you help me understand, Mr. Surumi, that what happened with the tenant after the first case? It wasn't very clear to me what action you took.
Eviction.
I'm sorry?
Attempted eviction.
Attempted eviction. So what does that entail?
Contacting Section 8. Because this is a Section 8 tenant, a government-related agency, I believe.
You did not you did not contact the court. You contacted Section 8.
Section 8 and then your office also.
Okay.
You've seen me in your office.
Oh, of course. I'm
yeah.
familiar with you. Yes.
Okay, very good. And then also, anyway, I reserve my.
That's okay. I just wanted a little clarification on the previous year, what action was taken.
I mean, okay, thank
So
you.
just for my clarification, that action that you're talking about did occur the previous year?
According to testimony.
Okay.
You
didn't see any record of that you recall?
Our record indicates that it's the same grower in both years. I don't know. I can ask Ms. Clark to come up if she was the assigned officer, if she was provided any evidence to support an eviction in 2018. I don't know how relevant it is to this, but I think in the sense that we've not imposed a larger penalty. And
I'll make the motion. We adopt the finding of facts, conclusions of law and orders as written, and find that the enforcement costs and penalties as exhibited in the cost accounting are accurate and reasonable, and order that the enforcement costs in the amount of $5,354.88 be placed as special tax assessment on the property tax roll, and order the enforcement costs and penalties in the amount of $98,154.88 be recorded as an abatement lien with the county recorder.
I have a first from Supervisor Fletcher, a second from Supervisor Vasquez. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Vasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Blazer,
Yes.
Supervisor Fuhr,
No.
Supervisor Bradford,
Yes.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors meeting for today.